emerging business opportunities based on traditional medical knowledge and practice back to future. So he is also a very popular speaker. So he is going to handle the session between 11:45 to 1 p.m. And after the lunch break, there will be a parallel paper presentation, then which will be followed by validatory session. In the validatory address, Professor Veera Kumaran from University of Kerala will offer a validatory address, and Professor Geera Subramaniam from Segi University, Malaysia will offer special address. So this is what our plan. So I wish and I thank all who have joined in person as well as online, and I wish that our entire proceedings will be useful to you all. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Now we invite Dr. Juan Ejura Binti Juan Rashid, Associate Professor, Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to deliver the special lecture on Do or Die, Business Survivors in the Pandemic Era from the Center of Excellence, Malaysia. Now session over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, our beloved MC, and thank you to our distinguished guests as well as to all the international participants of this conference. Okay, today I would like to share our experience at the Center of Excellence, particularly at Institute of Business Excellence, on the topic of Do or Die, Business Survival in the Pandemic Era from the Center of Excellence landscape. Okay, here I'll share the slides. Okay, can you see the slide? Sure, all right, okay. Right, this is our topic for today, all right? Okay. This is basically what I'm going to share with you. First is on the introduction of University Technology Mara or UITM and Institute of Business Excellence. Next, 4 major areas to focus during pandemic and how to stay connected and afloat during pandemic. Next, as a virtual training tips. Number 4, pandemic risk management for business. And the last, some takeaways. All right. Okay. This is, let me introduce our university. This is actually our main campus of University Technology Mara, UITM, which is located in Shah Alam. And Shah Alam is Selangor, yeah. And our UITM, our university, is actually spearheaded by a bona fide motivator and paradigm shift thinker, Professor Datuk T.S. Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, the 6th Vice Chancellor of University Technology Mara, UITM, and the first woman to be appointed to that position. Yeah? So our Vice Chancellor is a firm believer that success must be planned by design, and that being visible is important to build one's reputation. Okay, so as of March 2022, UITM has produced 343,450 graduates with existing number of students is 185,400. And then UITM has 80,465 staff with 513 programs offered at 34 campuses in Malaysia. So can you imagine how big is our campus? Yeah? And to date, we have about 10,701 postgraduates and 194 professors. Okay. UITM is among the top 50% of world university that has been ranked, okay, by World University Ranking based on QA World University Ranking or QS World University Ranking in related to academic reputation as well as employer reputation. In specific, there are 14 subject ranks in 2022 QS World Ranking, World University Ranking by subjects as follows. Yeah, we have the top 50 hospitality and leisure management, top 150 petroleum engineering, top 200 architecture and built environment. Top 300, we have accounting and finance subject. And top 350, there are law, pharmacy, and pharmacology. For top 400, business management studies, engineering, particularly in electrical and electronic. And for top 410, we have engineering, focusing on chemical. Also, we have agriculture and forestry. So for top 500, we have engineering that focusing on mechanical. We have also aeronautical and manufacturing. We have medicine. And next is economics and econometrics. And for top 550, we have computer science and information system. In UITM, we have 5 tiers of research excellence entities, which is research excellence is considered as leading center or research services that reach the level of high excellence performance, and B, reference center in a particular trust field approved by the Senate or the board university, and it is the center of responsibility with the provision that provided by the university management. As you can see here, there are 5 tiers of research excellence, started with Research Initiative Group, RIG, in which we have about 185 research initiative group. And then moving to the next tier 4, we have 6 research group. And for the tier 3, we have 12 center of excellence, in which our institute or Institute of Business Excellence, we are in this 12 center of excellence. We are in this tier 3. And for tier 2, we just have one higher institution center of excellence named Accounting Research Institute. Yeah. So for World Center of Excellence, as of now, we have not have any Center of Excellence yet to achieve this tier 1. Okay, for Center of Excellence in UITM, we have 12 centers. Yeah. First, we have Atta-ur Rahman Institute for Natural Products Discovery. And then number 2, Institute for Big Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence. Number 3, we have Institute of Infrastructure Engineering and Sustainability Management. Number 4, Institute of Pathology, Laboratory and Forensic Medicine. Number 5, we have Institute of Science. Number 6, we have Integrative Pharmacogenomics Institute. Number 7, Microwave Research Institute. Number 8, Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainable Development. For number 9, we have a Solar Research Institute. Number 10, we have Smart Manufacturing Research Institute. And 12 is Institute of Business Excellence. And the last one is Malaysia Institute of Transport. So out of these 12 Center of Excellence, two of these centers of excellence belong to Service Trust, which is Institute of Business Excellence and Malaysia Institute of Transport. So the rest 10 of these centers of excellence are under the Research Trust. Okay, what the difference between Research Trust and Service Trust? Okay, as you can see here, for Institute of Business Excellence, okay, we are under Service Trust, in which that 70% of our activities carried out by our center focus more on aspect of services and consultancy, whereas we just focus about 30% on research. And this actually KPI has been set by Ministry of Higher Education that covers 6 sections, which is general information, services, stakeholder linkages, research, recognition and impact, and resources. So we have to fulfill all these KPI yearly in order to maintain at tier 3 in order to be called as a center of excellence. So this is Institute of Business Excellence, which we exist in 2015, and retailing is our business, is our tagline, or this is what we call our core trust, or our niche. So we actually provide business and management expertise to our business organization via collaborative effort in order to help or give excellent business and intelligence, as well as we facilitate or we exchange the knowledge among business community. And at the current point of time, there are 3 main businesses that we are focused on at our center, which are training, consultancy, and research. So this is actually our journey. Okay, starting in 1994 with BBA Honest Retail Management. This is the first ever retail program by a public university, and it is well received by industry and expertise in various fields of retailing. And then we moved from 1994 to 2003, 005, 009 until we has been promoted to Center of Excellence Tier 3 in Service Trust in 2015. And it is hoped that in 5 years' time, we can achieve to be a high center of excellence and ready to become the laying foundations for a world center of excellence. So this is our organization chart of IBE. As you can see here, that we are actually reporting to a Vice Chancellor. Okay, we have under Vice Chancellor, we have Deputy Vice Chancellor under Research and Innovation. All Center of Excellence, for your information, are under Research and Innovation Division, which is under Deputy Vice Chancellor. And then our director is Professor Dr. Jaafar Paiman, and we have 2 deputy directors. One is Deputy Director in Training and Consultancy, headed by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hirzan Bazli Rahman. And we have Deputy Director in Research and Innovation, which is headed by Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Qadir Othman. And we have Head of Professional Entrepreneur Development. We are still vacant and waiting for a new head to come in. And for Head of Corporate Communication and Event Management, which is headed by myself. And for Head Business of Strategy, we have Dr. Shamsul Baharin Saihani. And for Head of Marketing, we have Dr. Siti Noraini Muhammad Tobi. And for the Head of Retail Excellence Consultancy is still vacant, and we are waiting for a new leader to come. All right, and we have four of our admin to assist in our businesses. We also have associate members to assist us, which is Professor Dr. Vera Pandian. And this is our facilities. As you can see here, we have, this is our auditorium, the biggest auditorium that we have that can fix 400 packs or 400 capacities. And this is another auditorium that can fix for 80 packs. And this is our consultation room. And this one is our small training room. Okay, this is our another facilities. Okay, this is our meeting room, as you can see here. Yeah, and then we have this is a platinum room, much more smaller than meeting room, but this normally we use for a board meeting. And then this one, this is we call as a seminar room. All right, this is our holding room or VVIP room in case we have any event attended by VVIP. So we will place them in this holding room. And this is our dining hall for the participants normally. And this one is our dining room for VVIP. And this is our prayer room for all the participants. And this is our setup for a big event that require a bigger space. So we had at our foyer of IBE. These are all our clients, as you can see here. We have Aeon, we have, maybe you know about Tesco, maybe you know about L'Oreal, Petronas, okay? We have Agrobank, we have Alpro Pharmacies. So these are our main clients. All right. As we know that COVID-19, pandemic caused a serious threat to people, to businesses and economy across the world. So there's some research has shown that 12% of the organization only prepared for the impact of coronavirus crisis. So in order to cope with the crisis, organization must respond rapidly and robustly to maintain business continuity. So there are 4 major areas to focus during pandemic. The first one is protecting our employees. So take immediate steps to ensure the safety and well-being of the employees. Next is protecting our customers. So we need to take action to meet the needs of our customers. And the third one is stabilizing business continuity. In which that we know that business need to be able to react quickly to challenges in where and how work gets done. And organization can prepare in advance for work disruption by embracing resilience and visualizations of work environments. So if possible, work everywhere without sacrificing efficiency, productivity, or quality. And last but not least, creating practical solutions and game-changing innovation. Okay, As the famous English naturalist, geologist, biologist Charles Darwin once said, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So, on the basis of his advice, let me share how IBE adapt to change. Okay, and how to stay connected and afloat during the pandemic. Right. First one is communicate transparently with your customers. So, in this case, be upfront with our consumers, okay, regarding the state of our business. Yeah? A customer can empathize with us as long as the communication is transparent. Communicate with clients, yeah, to learn their opinions on your solution. Right. For step number two, maintaining healthy relationship with strategic partners. It is reasonable that paying vendors, paying suppliers may be challenging during the lockout. So, in the event of a payment delay, okay, normally what we do, it would be great to notify uh, our vendors, yeah, or our suppliers in advance so that they may plan accordingly and avoid any resentment, bitterness during this tough period. Okay, for step number three, managing employees and related optimization. Okay, actually, based on study by Harvard, yeah, with regard to 600 CEOs, okay, they are asking this kind of question: what is your major concern during this pandemic? Right, majority of the CEO saying that keeping morale and motivation up amongst employees while they are dealing with stress of COVID-19, as well as parenting, schooling children while working from home. So these are the things that really concern most of the CEOs. Yeah. Again, we need to be very supportive while maximizing the product. So how can we be supportive while maximizing productivity? And we also always think that how we can help our colleagues, yeah, our team with work-life balance. So this is very important in this during pandemic to take care of our team. Yeah. Next, keep your team engaged. Okay, we can keep our team, or you can keep your team connected by using remote work communication technologies like we have Zoom, we have Google Meets, yeah, and we can also use a video conferencing platform to hold virtual team meetings and create a workplace community. So you can hold meetings weekly or bi-weekly and use them to share updates and give employees or team a chance to raise questions or concerns. Like me myself as a corporate com of IBE, I always asking them, texting them, asking for, or are you okay? Is there anything that I can help you? Okay, if you need any assistance, don't be shy. Let me know. So how can I help you? So as a corporate com people in Center of Excellence, I have to ask and keep update with the latest progress of our teammates. Yeah. So this is what I said, that if possible, do one-on-one check-ins, yeah, with our team, either via phones or emails or video conferencing. And not every employee actually will feel comfortable communicating in a larger forum or in a meeting. Yeah. So let your team know that there are any other outlets available where they can voice their needs. All right. The next one is communication to stakeholders. Okay. At IBE, we always consult with our advisors or experts to plan the right form of communication, yeah, with stakeholders, most importantly our customers. We have an honest conversations on the situation and its impact on our business, or any negative message should be delivered with utmost empathy along with transparent reason. Okay, next, create safe environment and ensure safety protocols. So, preparing the workplace for worker well-being is critical. Yeah, beginning with eliminating dangers and enhancing the architecture to allow for social distancing. So, maintaining a sanitized and clean workplace is controlled from time to time, yeah, through frequent surface disinfections and the use of hand sanitizer. So we also conduct daily health checks, such as temperature checks, monitoring and tracing, and coronavirus testing as necessary. Yeah, for worker peace of mind, at least they can feel secure returning to work and will not harm their health. Right. For the next one, we limit all essential business travel and client visits. We would normally visit our potential clients on a monthly basis. Yeah. However, because to the pandemic, we are restricting all critical business travel and client visits. The majority of the meetings arrangements were made online. And the last one, look for available business assistance. Actually, there are numerous business support programs available from which we can benefit, yeah, particularly those funded by the government. So, for example, yeah, Penjana. Penjana is a Plan Jana Semula Ekonomi Negara. This is in Malay, but in English we call it as National Economic Recovery Plan. Yeah? This is actually what government has introduced. Yeah, a National Economic Recovery Plan, because the government is committed to taking an inclusive and holistic approach to Malaysia's economic recovery. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done to help Malaysia get back on its feet, and the government wants to make sure that everyone is part of the process. So this National Economic Recovery Plan is considered as a short-term economic recovery plan, June-December 2020. So let's see what we have in this National Economic Recovery Plan, right? Okay, actually, the government has steered the country through these challenging times by taking an approach focused on 6 key steps. Yeah, the first one is to resolve. Okay, we have resilience, restart, recovery, revitalize, and reform. Yeah, so this National Economic Recovery Plans is actually, it is hoped that toward this end, we will focus on 3 key thrusts, yeah, which is empower the people, propel businesses, and stimulate the economy. So for the first thrust, empower the people. Yeah, there are 14 economics. There are 40 economic stimulus packages offered to selected group of people. Yeah, and then in empowering our people, the government aim to save jobs and promote employment while ensuring the people have enough to live on. So apart from hiring incentive and expanded wage subsidy, reskilling and training are equally crucial to ensure workers maintain or upgrade their skills when the economy recovers. So in fact, our job and social interactions have also changed dramatically as a result of the COVID-induced new norm. Yeah, as a result, the government must also provide an enabling environment to aid workers in returning to work and adjusting to the new working styles. So, incentive to encourage the use of technology to allow remote study and work from home are among of these measures, as you can see here. So, this is why vulnerable members of society, like the elderly, those who are differently able, and students in rural areas, and the B40 community and the urban poor are being helped to guarantee that their general welfare is taken care of. So the government hopes that these measures will assist Malaysian in navigating these unprecedented circumstances as we continue to nurture the nation's economic recovery. So as you can see here, these are the wage subsidy program, National Employment Service Job Portal upgrade, hiring and training assistant for businesses, reskilling and upskilling programs, gig economy, social protection and skiing, flexible work arrangement incentive, childcare subsidy, My30 public transport subsidy, social assistance support for vulnerable groups, PKB 40 healthcare support, and internet connectivity for educations and productivity. So, from this, what we call it, program, IBE, okay, benefited this kind of program, reskilling and upskilling program, in which the objective is to enhance employability of the unemployed through reskilling and upskilling programs. And there are about 2 billion fund dedicated to reskilling and upskilling program for youth and unemployed workers. So other incentive also given to focus on short courses in local university, as well as few other entrepreneurship programs introduced. So there are few participating agencies from the government that involved in this fund. Ministry of Human Resource Malaysia, Ministry of Entrepreneur Development and Cooperative Malaysia, Ministry of Agriculture Malaysia, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, Ministry of Youth and Sport Malaysia, and few others important agencies that involved in this program. Right. For the second trust on propel businesses, as we know that businesses of all sizes, including major corporations, small and medium-sized enterprises, and micro enterprises, actually were harmed during the MCO as attempt to counteract COVID-19 intensified. So with the majority of economy shut down for nearly 2 months, firms were unable to operate, resulting in decreased revenue and income streams. So as a result, many organizations, particularly SMEs and micro enterprises, experience liquidity difficulties with the payment of employees and the rental of office space. So hence, to save jobs and alleviate cash flow difficulties, so the government implemented numerous steps. So there were a variety of microcredit programs, as well as wage subsidy program and waivers for renting of commercial property. Here, as you can see here, these are the programs offered to the to those group who are actually impacted by COVID-19. Next is Trust 3 on stimulate the economy. As we know that the Malaysian economy will never be the same. We realize that the Malaysian economy will never be the same again because of COVID-19. Therefore, the Malaysian economy must recalibrate and realign with the new norm in light of global supply chains disruptions. Yeah, consumer habits changing and new operational procedures affecting companies' processes. So, as an option, business need to employ digital technology in order to adapt to new reality. So there are some sectors of the economy have been more severely hit than others, such as tourism, arts, culture, entertainment, and agriculture. So it is hoped that this stimulus plan will support to assist them in adapting and growing in the new standard operating landscape so that the Malaysian economy is recalibrating, rebounding and regains its former strength. So as you can see here, this is a long list of the program that prepared for this stimulus. Yeah. Okay. Next, I will share with you these are what we call it the B40 Development Initiative, which is IBE benefited from the fund provided given by the government on this B40 Development Initiative. We call as B40 Development, on entrepreneurship skills program. So we managed to conduct training on e-retail startup, e-commerce, and the second one, beauty and mobile spa therapy, and the last one, culinary and pastry. We have about 7 groups of B40 community that we have successfully trained under this program. Okay, what is the purpose of this program? Okay, actually this B40 Development Initiative is aimed to equip a community and employees from the B40 household income group, or vulnerable groups, B40 household income or vulnerable group with specific skills and knowledge in order to increase employability skills, gain entrepreneurship skills, and drive self-employment outcome. This is basically the purpose or the objective of the B40 Development Initiative introduced by our government. And as I said to you just now, the B40 is the target group for this program, in which that the income range for this B40 household group ranging from ranging from B1, B2, B3, and B4. So if they are belong to this category of B40, they are eligible to join the program. Okay. For methods of training, there are 3 methods. The first, training can be conducted on a full-time or part-time basis. In our case, we conducted this program, we call it as a hybrid, in which 5 days we conducted physically and another 20 days we conducted via online. Yeah. So next, we need to plan the training session accordingly in order to avoid disruptions of a company's productivity. Okay, so we have make sure that all the activities that we have planned, that we want to conduct, it is not is not going to disturb the company's productivity. Yeah. And the third one is training shall be conducted at the training venue convenient to the trainees. Normally, from our experience, we will choose the place where it is convenient, where it is nearby to the majority of the trainees, yeah, where they are staying. So we try to see is there any proper venue or location that we can conduct the training. Right. As a training provider, IBE is considered as training provider. So what are our responsibility in handling this program? We have to fulfill. These are the requirement that has been given by the government that we have to follow. Yeah, trainee are sufficiently trained. So meaning that when you said you are conducting a hybrid program for 5 days physical or face-to-face training classes and another 20 days for online training. So you have to make sure that these trainees are sufficiently trained, covered these 25 days of session. Yeah, and obtain the relevant certificates upon completions of their training. So make sure they have to complete all the session. They cannot miss even one session. Yeah, they have to fulfill. This is the requirement that we have to obey. Yeah. And next, training is conducted as per training session plan. Yeah, we have to follow. And the trainees' attendance must be recorded for each training day. This is very, very important. Yeah, this is very, very important because if we fail to track or record the attendance of the trainee, it will jeopardize our payment claim later on. So next, we have to strictly adhere to the standard operating procedures SOP on the social distancing set by Ministry of Health during the training. So we have to strictly follow. Yeah. Next, if the trainees are not present in the classroom during the inspections by a HRDC inspectorate officer, which is a government officer, the attendance form will be marked in as absent. Yeah. So we have to make sure that they are able to attend, they attended, and make sure when the inspector came on that day, the trainee are there, are able to attend the session. Next is the attendance form that has been marked by an inspectorate officer must be attached together with the claim form during the claim submission. If we fail to attach this attendance form, we cannot claim even a single cent. Yeah, they are very strict with this. Yeah, so we have to follow strictly. And for the trainee, they will receive allowance daily for RM25 ringgit. Yeah. So if they attended for 5 days or 20 days, for every day they will receive RM25 ringgit as their allowance. Okay, this is the locations. Yeah, this is how we conduct the mobile spa training. As you can see here, for your information, originally this is not the actual the original plan that we want to conduct the training. It is actually supposed to be at our premise IBE. Yeah, in our training room. But due to announcement from the Ministry of Health that we are not allowed to conduct any training in the university premises, yeah, we have to shift or we have to move our location to other place. So this is actually the place that we conducted in Perak. As you can see here, the chairs is actually arranged according to the SOP that has been set by Ministry of Health. So, okay, can you imagine this is Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, where IBE is located, yeah, the blue one. So we have to shift our program because at that time in Selangor, we are in a red zone. All right. So we shifted to another state, Perak, and some group we shifted to Malacca because at that time, Perak and Malacca still in green zone, which is these two places are safe to be to conduct any trainings. So we have to bring our participants, yeah, from Selangor shifted to Perak as well as to Malacca. So can you see how we are struggling, yeah, in this pandemic to survive, to make sure that we are able to get this fund, yeah, because this is the fund that we can easily get from the government as long as we are able to fulfill all the requirements. Okay, the next program that we managed to secure is still under the B40 Development Initiative, but this one we call it as a retail management and operations. Yeah, so for this retail management and operations, this is actually a 5-day retail management and operation course that basically it involve TVET knowledge and skills in the retail industry, and it covers day-to-day operations and strategic management in managing a retail organization. And last but not least, we also have practical training and simulation. Yeah, we bring the participants to a few retail outlets so that they can experience and they can experience the real simulations. Yeah, the real what we call it retail experience in this outlet. All right. Another program that we managed to secure is we call it Khazanah National My Step 2021. This is a short-term employment program under the business operations support, in which we have a SITS group, and we name it as cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3, cohort 4, 5, and 6. So for each of the group, we have to train about 50 participants. So we managed to complete this one for the last year for 6 cohort. Yeah, and currently we still have the program is still continue. We managed to get, because of our what we call it, because of our performance. Okay, they're willing to continue and give us, yeah, because of the feedback that they receive after they attended this program, and then they get job. Majority 90% of them, they receive a job. Yeah, so Khazanah National give us another program. So this year we managed to get another 2 more program, and it will be ended next Tuesday for the second cohort, and hopefully we'll get for the new cohort maybe after Raya. Yeah. All right. What is the nature of this program? Okay, these are the eligibility criteria that the participant has to fulfill in order to be part of this program. First, you have to be Malaysian graduates, and you must be unemployed for more than 3 months. So you pass for this first criteria. The second one, make sure you are below 30 years old. Yeah. And a minimum 6-month contract, in which that 1 month training plus 5 months on the job training. So for 1 month training, okay, the participant will learn soft and functional skills training. Yeah, and make sure if you want to join this program, you must really have a very strong interest toward being employed, because the chances you being employed is very, very high right after you completed the internship for 5 months. Yeah, and again, in terms of attendance, 100% attendance is required. So for allowance, when you attend or when you attach 5 months OJT on the job training for internship, you will receive 2,000 ringgit Malaysia per month. yeah, by the government. So this 2,000 is not actually paid by the company that you attended or that you have your internship. No, but this is from this program. Okay, the government has allocate. So let's say you attach to my company as an internship. It is not me who pay you 2,000, but the government will pay. This is actually allocation from this program. This program is very, very comprehensive. Yeah. Right. Okay. The one that I've discussed with you just now, all the business activities that we managed to get from the funding from the government. However, there are other businesses activities which is that we conducted, but this is not from the government fund. Yeah. For example, we have here a live webinar on the future of retailing in Malaysia amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the low-touch economy that we have conducted in November 2020. This is our guest speaker by actually Datuk Abdul Wahab Khalid is our advisor, council advisor of Institute of Business Excellence. And we also conducted a webinar on how to conduct a state-of-the-art systematic review and content analysis. Yeah. And we have a webinar on social media as marketing tools. And we also have here digital filing system. This training program, we managed to secure this project or this training program from a company. A company came to us and requested us to conduct this kind of training to their organization. So the source of income from this is not from the government fund, but particularly from the company. Yeah, so they want us to conduct this digital filing system. All right, and this is a memorandum of understanding signing ceremony. This is between our university, UITM, and Bharatidasan University, BDU, on 24th September 2021. Yeah, that we have conducted this signing ceremony virtually because actually before this we never actually this is our first ever experience conducting this MOU virtually. All right. This is a certification ceremony on Certified Quantitative Risk Management, CQRM. This is also quite challenging for us to have this certification ceremony because we have to ensure that even this certification ceremony conducted virtually, but the participants still can feel the spirits, can still feel that the event is real to them. Yeah. So can you imagine how we conduct this certification ceremony? We have to play with the music. Okay. We have to arrange it in order to create the real environment as what they have attended before this like physical one. And we also have this 8 in Comar, the International Conference on Marketing and Retailing, Business Resilience, a New Landscape. So we have invited a keynote speaker, Professor Epara Suraman, to talk on a sustainability service quality framework, implications for researchers and practitioners. So actually, we have actually this INCOMA, the 8 INCOMA, our conference, we conducted biannually. Right. So with this experience, with these programs that we have conducted virtually, from ranging from training, seminar, and then certification ceremony, international conference as well as MOU signing. So I just would like to share the 10 virtual training tips. Yeah. First, as you can see here, we have to make sure when we are dealing with the virtual, we must have stable technology. So this is one of the most important decision when we're switching to virtual training. Yeah, because it's utilizing reliable, yeah, a robust technology that easy to use. Okay. Then next is virtual icebreakers. So icebreaker really help in building a human connection and can be especially useful when we line online training. Yeah. So we can create a trivia game on the training topic and see what participant already know, and or encourage everyone to show up with their virtual background from their favorite movie, for instance, and from anything else that they are passionate about. Okay, next, it is very good if we could have impactful slides. Yeah, you need to put the main takeaways as the header on each slide in a complete short sentence. So emphasize key points by highlighting the text and use bullet points instead of paragraph. And again, we can also use high quality images that are applicable to the topics. Yeah. Of course, active participations is really help you in these virtual trainings. Yeah, you can maintain a calm, charismatic, and informative tone throughout the training. So you can actually encourage learners to ask questions, yeah, share their experiences, and collaborate. Yeah? So while not everyone wants to show their face on camera, but it will keep everyone actually engaged and ensure that they are at the computer for the durations of the training. So you can call on the participants who have not yet volunteered to answer any question, or to let them know that you do see them and that their opinion matters to you. Okay. And next, make sure that we have clear goals. So actually, it can be enticing, yeah, for your participants to work on other projects during the sessions now that you are not together in person. So at the beginning of the online training, ask everyone to shut down all other programs, including their emails, or put away their devices. So please focus on the training. So let your attendees know beforehand if there will be a questions or quizzes during the presentation, so they can be prepared to be focused. All right. Next, we can hold breakout groups. Yeah, breakout rooms are very valuable, especially in the formulations of ideas, and allow for true creativity and applications of what is taught. Yeah, and you can consider including 4 to 10 participants per room to maximize engagement. So once done, make sure that all group present back to the whole training class. And normally, if you use these breakout groups, you can use Zoom. Yeah, Zoom. Examples of platform that can allow to create the breakout rooms. Yeah, you can use Zoom. If you have Zoom platform, you can use this breakout room. It is very interesting. Yeah? You can feel that they go away for a while and discuss with their team, and they come back to you. Yeah. And next, utilize the chat window. Okay, using the chat feature within your video tool is a convenient alternative to pause for questions, and you can also get attendees to respond to your question, especially participants who tend to be shy about speaking up. Normally, they choose to type in the chat box to ask a question. So they prefer to communicate in a chat box with you, rather than they ask you a questions. Yeah. So although in order to stay focused on your slides, yeah, if possible, you dedicate a member from your team. Yeah, I always dedicate a member from my team to monitor the chat. Yeah, and filter the question and let me know whether there is a question posed in the chat box. Next, you can create a poll. Yeah, you can create a poll. Poll actually a great way to ensure your attendees are involved and giving back real time. Yeah, you can create polls to quiz participants' knowledge and their understanding of the topic. So it can also be a great way actually to create competitors or measure engagement. And next, you can use a white box, and this is what we call it a virtual white box. Yeah, this is a blank screen that it can be used to type, write, or draw upon the available annotation tools on the program. And the next one, you can schedule breaks into the agenda. So attendees are less likely to be distracted if they know they have 10 or 15 minutes to themselves at the end of the session. So resume your session after break with an activity or a quiz, okay, or something of the sort. So this will make sure that attendees are engaged, okay, again. And during breaks, use placeholders like with music as well as countdown timer. So at least from if you have the countdown timer, it will alert the participants to join back the session. So again, make sure to mute your microphone as well as pause the recording at the start of each break and turn it back on when you resume. So basically, these are the 10 virtual training tips that I would like to share based on our experience. Okay. Next, we move to the pandemic risk management for business survival. Yeah. As you know that UITM is exposed to various threats and issues that can cause us to fail to achieve the visions of becoming what we call it a global renowned university. Okay, therefore, uncertainties arising from matters involving issues, work processes, okay, events or risk effects must be managed properly so that your ITMs continue excellent, can continue excellence can be continued. Yeah, so risk management is a comprehensive process where it is implemented at all level of UITM. So it includes the process of identifying events that may or will occur, as well as control actions implemented in order to provide reasonable assurance toward the achievements of your ITM objectives. So, what are the objective of risk? Yeah, we want to protect valuable assets and resources that we have. Okay. Next, we want to protect and enhance the reputation or image of an organization. So, by established processes to identify, to evaluate, to measure, to monitor, to control, and to address the risk. Yeah. Next, foster a culture of risk management on university residents. That's why we need to have this risk management. Okay, then we provide a comprehensive service recovery framework that can be used in the event of an incident or crisis. And the last one, we need to have efficient and responsible use of resources and operational capabilities to maintain UITM's image and ethics as a successful brand. Okay. So here is the risk management process overview, as you can see. Okay, although you may not be able to completely protect your business from an economic downturn, okay, understanding how it could affect you will help you to develop a plan to minimize its impact and still survive. So this is the risk management process that can help us in planning, reviewing, and monitoring your business operations on ongoing basis. So it is very important. Yeah, as you can see here, communicate and consult. Who are the stakeholders and what are their objectives? So it is important to develop a communication plan for both internal and external stakeholders at the earliest stage of the process. Okay, stakeholders are likely to make judgment about risk based on their perceptions. So they can be very due to differences in values, okay, needs, assumptions, concept, and concern as they relate to the risk or the issues under a discussion. Yeah. So we have to establish the context. Okay, establishing the context defines the basic parameters within which risk must be managed and set the scope for the rest of risk management process. So the context includes the organization external and internal environments and the purpose of the risk management activity. What do we need to take into account and what are our objectives, right? Next, we need to identify the risk. Yeah, this step seeks to identify the risk to be managed. Yeah, comprehensive identification using a well-structured systematic process is crucial because a risk not identified at this stage may be excluded. Yeah, from further analysis. So identification should include risk whether or not they are under the controls of organization. Okay, what might happen, how, when, and why. Okay, next one is analyze the risk. Okay. Risk analysis is about developing an understanding of the risk. It provides an input to decisions on whether risk need to be treated and most appropriate and cost-effective risk treatment strategies. So risk analysis involve considerations of the sources of risk, their positive and negative consequences. Yeah. Um, you can pose the questions like what will the mean for our objective, yeah, what will this mean for our objective. Next we have to evaluate the risk. Yeah, the purpose of risk evaluation is actually to make a decision based on the outcomes of risk analysis about which risks need treatment and treatment priorities. Yeah, so risk evaluation involves comparing the level of risk found during the analysis process, which risk criteria established when the contact was considered. Yeah, in what order should we deal with them? Okay. So next is treat the risk. Yeah. Risk treatments actually involve identifying the range of options for treating risk. Yeah, assessing these options and the preparations and implementations of treatment plans. So how should we best deal with them? And last but not least is monitoring and review, which is ongoing review is essential, yeah, to ensure that the management plan remains relevant. So factors that may affect the likelihood and the consequences of an outcome may change, yeah, as many factors that affect normally is affect the suitability or cost of the treatment options. Okay, it is therefore necessary to repeat the risk management cycle regularly. So have the risk and controls change? These are the questions that we may pose. Yeah. So basically, when we talk about risk management measures, we are dealing with viewing objective and strategy options. Okay, identify what that can happen. Okay, analysis and evaluation risks, and we have control actions, and the last one, monitor and rechecking. All right, and then we move to the risk impact. Yeah. So the risk is then determined by the severity of the risk to people, yeah, to reputations, to finance, as well as operations. Yeah. So to people, we want to see what are the risk impact in which the level of injury or productivity of Center of Excellence at IBE, for instance. Yeah. And then in terms of reputations, the number of complaints received or bad publicity. We need to measure this risk impact. Next, we also can measure the risk impact in terms of the financial implications of COE from the allocation received each year. Yeah. So this is also the risk that we can measure. And last one is in terms of operations, the ability of COE to continue operations if risk occur. So whether we can still continue our business or we have to stop or we have to suspend our business activities. Right? Okay. This is what we have here. A risk matrix, yeah, in which that each of the impact categories that we have just now, like people, reputation, finance, and operation, can be scaled and described in this risk matrix, yeah, in terms of consequences. How severe could the outcome be if the risk event occurred? Is it significant, minor, significant, major, or severe? In terms of the likelihood, what are the chances of the risk recurring? Is it rare, unlikely, moderate, likely, or almost certain? Huh? All right. So here are, before I end my presentations, okay, here are some takeaways that I would like to share with you. First, genuine team leadership. Yeah, during a pandemic, you know that a strong leader's presence is actually vital to motivate everyone in our team. Yeah, so true leadership entails bringing your past experience, yeah, your values, as well as your beliefs, yeah, to your role. So people are actually interested when they see you as you are. So they will lose faith and trust in you if they see you pretending to be someone that you are not. So during this pandemic, we truly need someone, a leader who actually can motivate us, yeah, from time to time. Okay. Next is awareness. So everyone in the organizations or in the team must be fully aware that the health condition is dire or is severe, and that the lockdown situation is unbelievable, and we must be prepared, yeah, to deal with and respond to these circumstances. So in that case, we have to be prepared to act. Okay, there will be a lot of actions that you don't want to take, but you don't be scared to major decision for the sake of survival, and always maintain your integrity. Next, in terms of informations and communication, you must ensure that information and communication reaches all levels of your company. Yeah, through this collaborative strategy, your personnel and partners must be well informed about the most recent update on business performance. Do everything in your power to behave with great decency, yeah, respect, and most importantly, sincerity. Yeah, this characteristic actually will help our company, our team, yeah, our center succeed. Yeah, and make sure and make actually it is actually make us to be a better person, yeah, and increase the respect and loyalty of our team members and on the other end of spectrum. And and last but not least, yeah, you need everyone around you, because you can't do this alone in this pandemic. Okay, it will take a team effort to survive this pandemic intact and ready to bounce back. So build your own business team. Survival in business requires a synergy of skills. Yeah. And always remember that efficiency is the foundation for survival. So effectiveness is the foundation for success. With that, thank you very much. I end my presentation.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Yeah, most welcome.
Any queries? Any clarification?
Thank you, madam.
You're most welcome, sir.
I am Pillai, one of the participants of this conference.
I hope you get something from our sharing just now.
Yeah, it was very in-depth analysis of the efforts taken by the Malaysian government and your institute for overcoming the problems of the pandemic period. Very detailed analysis, I really appreciate.
Yeah, thank you.
My question is, you are very small. Your country is not even our state. So you can easily manage. But our country, with 130 crores of the people, we had large, huge problems.
Yeah.
The budget did not permit us. So our fiscal deficit increased to 2 times. These are our problems of big countries and poor countries.
Yeah.
But I have a small question. How did you manage your fiscal problems? How your government could get funds for all the training programs, subsidies given, all these things. How did your government manage to get funds from IMF World Bank or your local domestic sources? This is what I want. Your sources of funds for overcoming the problems of pandemic period, conducting training and other programs. Are your institute funding? Am I clear?
Clear, very clear.
Funding from your own institution, because in our country, even our universities are not able to pay salaries and pension to the people. Our many universities have the huge deficit during this period because students are not able to pay fees, so many things.
I see.
What is your comments, madam, please?
Sir, I can't really hear your voice clearly, sir. Yeah, I can't hear your voice very clear.
How your country was able to create funds for organizing these many events? Hello?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you. I
Okay.
can't. Yeah.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Saying thank you is more than good manners. It is good spirituality. Now we invite Mr. Ravi John, PhD research scholar, to propose vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all present here. It's my privilege to propose a word of thanks or speech and acknowledge the contribution with those who worked hardly to make this event happen. First, I would like to thank our resource person, Mr. Dr. Wan Edura P.T. Wan Rashid, Associate Professor, Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, for her special lecture on business survival in the pandemic era from the Center of Excellence Landscape. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this surely enlightens us. Thank you, madam, for your very interesting and wonderful lecture. I also wish to express my gratitude to our beloved professor, Dr.M.Selvam, for arranging this wonderful event for us. Next, I would like to thank our faculty members for their guidance and support in arranging this event. Finally, I would like to thank our department research scholar and MBA student for their cordial cooperation. And once again, a great thanks to all the participants and especially for Professor S. Ayyapalasa for his special valuable participation. Once again, thank you one and all.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Hope you get something from our sharing just now, yeah? Thank you, everyone.
Let us have a tea break for about 10 minutes. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 10 minutes. The online participants are requested to log in the same way after 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am with you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Be brave,
With
please.
you. I am. I hope it is working. Okay. I turned the camera on. Yes, I am with you. I am very much with you.
Okay, please
Okay.
wait for 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
And I will try to present my present now. I think I have to do. Yeah, I still have some time, so I will try to get into my PowerPoint presentation
Okay.
and try to. I have to open it now. Alternatively, you can ask somebody to do that.
Yeah, we will do it, sir. We will do it. You don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. If someone can open my PPT, and
Okay.
that will be a great thing. Okay, sir.
சார் கேக்குதுங்களா சார்?
Okay.
சார் பிபிடி மெயில் அனுப்புறீங்களா சார்?
அனுப்பிட்டேன் உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கலையா?
இல்லைங்க சார், இப்போ ஒரு வாட்டிக்கு அனுப்புறீங்களா சார்?
நான் அனுப்புறேன். யாருக்கு அனுப்பணும்?
சேட் பாக்ஸ்ல அனுப்பிவிட்றேங்க சார். இப்போ சேட் பாக்ஸ்ல வந்து என்னோட மெயில் ஐடி அனுப்பிடுறேன் சார், அதில் அனுப்பிவிட்றேங்க சார்.
ஓகே. நான் அந்த ப்ரொஃபசர் செல்வனுக்கு அனுப்பி விட்டுறேன். ஓகே.
நான் அனுப்புறேன்.
I will send it now. I will send it now.
சார் சேட் பாக்ஸ்ல மெயில் அனுப்பியிருக்கேன் சார். சார்
mail open சீக்கிரம் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி ஒரு பிபிடி அனுப்பிட்டு கூட டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி நீங்க போடுங்க.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, we have got your PPT, sir.
with them. But no problem. I am with the Bharati University at a webinar. Ama. Sorry. Excellent. Ama. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. I will run off now because the participants are looking at me. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, we received your PPT, sir.
Hello.
We received your PPT.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I sent it to Professor
Yes, sir.
Selvam.
We received it, sir. We uploaded.
Excellent. Kindly present it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know which angle is the best one. Maybe this is better. Okay. Just wait for me. I will just bring my. Can you wait for 3 minutes? I have to fix the microphone. Can you wait for 3 minutes?
Okay, sir. Okay. We will write.
Is someone listening? Okay. I have to fix my microphone. Hello, sir. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
You hear me? Okay, I just fixed
Yes,
my
sir.
mic.
We are able to hear you, sir.
Excellent. Yes.
Okay. Shall we start,
So
sir?
when will we can start, sir. We can start.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to this fourth preliminary session of this international conference on emerging business trends in the present pandemic era, sponsored by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education, organized by Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, School of Business Studies, Badasan University, in association with Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, in commemoration with India's 75th independence year.
True wisdom lies in welcoming the precious things out of each day as it goes by. Now we request Mrs. A. Reema Rosary, PhD Research Scholar, to welcome the special guest of this meeting.
A very good morning to one and all gathered here. I am happy to offer a welcome address for this plenary session. The resource person for this session, Dr.M.Selvam, former principal advisor to the Director General of IDO, Vienna Principal Advisor, Knowledge Management Associates, Vienna, Austria, is going to deliver a special lecture on the topic Emerging Business Opportunities based on Traditional Medical Knowledge and Practice Back to the Future. We are grateful to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time, resourceful thoughts, and brand new ideas to be shared for almost the next 1 hour in this plenary session. Heartily welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. My beloved friend, Professor M. Selvam, learned members of the teaching faculty of Bharatidasan University, and dear participants, I am extremely happy to be with you once again. Almost every year, you organize such seminars, and every year, Professor Selvam is very keen to invite me, bestowing his high degree of confidence on my intellectual smugness, and it is very flattering, very, very flattering. And some people who criticize meetings very often say that every year you organize the same meeting, talk about the same thing again and again and again and again. But they should realize that we continue to discuss the same issues in annual meetings or monthly meetings, because the answer to each issue, the answer to each question changes in the light of rapid, revolutionary, and complete changes. And you know what we witnessed in the last 2.5 years because of so many ramifications triggered by COVID. And people very often look at only the negative things. They don't realize that in life, each challenge is an opportunity. And this is the lesson we learned. We learned a lot in the wake of so many bad things triggered by COVID-19. But in the meantime, we also discovered new opportunities, and people were very, very alert to seize new opportunities to climb the ladder of success. And they even used many new and dynamic sources of growth for wealth creation. It is in this context I would like to reflect on the opportunities stemming from traditional medical knowledge and practices. And when you look at, we tend to go back to the traditional values, traditional knowledge, traditional medical practices, and from which we get numerous opportunities to take care of our personal health and to contribute to public health, and also to seize new opportunities of wealth creation. Now, I would like to share with you what I experimented just 3 weeks ago. Myself and my wife were in Dubai to attend the famous Expo 2020 organized by government of Dubai. It was a very, very fascinating experience. It was worth going, though it was very rigorous. To get into some pavilions like German pavilion, Japanese pavilion, Republic of Korea pavilion, we had to stand in the queue for 4 hours to get into that. And people are still standing there. It was worth standing. And some pavilions made provision for senior citizens and with easy access. Some governments were very adamant. They said, no separate line for senior, you have to stand. So to get into German pavilion, Japan, Republic of Korea, both of us were standing for 4 hours in the queue, and it was worth. Except one country, Austria, where we live. Except one country, all other countries exhibited how they are marching towards the frontiers of best practice, how they are marching towards all the wonders triggered by the technological marvels, and how they participate in the current transformative shift, and how effectively they identify themselves as part of creative destruction. As you know that so many things are happening, and we are exposed to what is called creative destruction. What is happening today will not happen tomorrow, and what happened yesterday is totally different from what is happening today. New things are making old things stumble. Is there a technical snag? My figure looks very vague. I hope my articulation is normal. Can someone respond? Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, something wrong, sir. I think your side.
Is my articulation? Maybe I remove the microphone. Is it okay now? Is it better?
Better, sir.
Is it better, sir? Yeah, I see some technical snag. I hope.
So many pictures are coming.
Yeah, but my figure looks very vague, and I think my articulation is not very clear to you, I believe.
It is all right,
There
sir.
is my lip.
Yeah, your voice is very clear, sir. Yeah, please continue.
So I continue. Okay. Let us forget about the technical snack and let me continue. So, except the government of Austria, all the other governments were very keen to exhibit how nicely they are marching towards, and in terms of ideas and deeds, how they are ahead of the current march towards the frontiers of best practice triggered by technological marvels. But we were immensely pleased, positively stunned to silence when we went to the Austrian pavilion. Can you go to the next slide? I want you to look at the Austrian pavilion. Yeah, this is made of mud. Can you imagine? And they created an environment to facilitate natural air condition. You see that? And they say the biggest challenge in the wake of disruptive technologies triggering so many new changes, the biggest challenge is to connect the human mind with the past. Connecting the mind to the past to live a better quality of life. Now, in the wake of COVID-19, we were talking about, when we started wearing masks, we said a new normal. New normal means, we are very keen to take care of personal hygiene. We are very keen to contribute to public hygiene, and we are very keen to put on the mask. We called it new normal. Many criticized it. What is needed is a better normal, and this pavilion demonstrated how to live a better normal based on traditional values, traditional knowledge, traditional belief, and traditional style of living. I was very much impressed. So today it is important to realize that the biggest challenge is to connect human mind to the past values. And if you connect it well, of course, with the aid of technological marvels, facilitating the whole process, we will have better normal. So we should aim at not new normal, better normal. Please go to the next one. Next slide. Yeah. So I just want to give you some examples, a few examples of traditional medical knowledge and practices. Look at the first one. Traditional Indian stem cell treatment, a $1 billion business today. You know, stem cell, normally extracted from the link between the mother and the newborn baby. And recently in Austria, a Carolite fell on the thorns of illness. He was suffering from blood cancer. And then they attempted many things. It didn't work. Eventually, his daughter, who is a medical doctor, the son-in-law, who is also a medical, they suggested this traditional Indian stem cell transplantation. And he recovered dramatically. Within 2 weeks, he was back to normal. And this stem cell treatment, the origin actually goes to the Indian medical practices. And now there was if you want to listen to that interview, unfortunately that interview is in German. You can Google the latest stem cell treatment in Austria. You Google that, or you get into YouTube and you can watch the interview. And the panel was sitting there, panel of doctors who are sitting there, and now and then another open wound of diabetes. Actually, it was discovered by a research institute in Sudan. It is called National Research Institute on Natural and Medicinal and Aromatic Plants. Research on medicinal and aromatic plants. Okay, they discovered that a wild plant which grows in the desert, and the extract from the leaf of that plant can heal the open wound of diabetic patients. And the business is to the tune of $50 billion a year. Unfortunately, it is not being commercialized. So what is needed is we have to actually create an inventory of the research findings of research institutions on the medicinal uses of medicinal uses of plants and whatever it is used by our great parents. So then we can try to commercialize it. In this particular case, this discovery was done by a research institute in Sudan for more than say, 20 years. It turned out to be a debt investment for want of technical assistance and money for getting the patents registered. So when I was in Sudan, I invited Saudi investors because at that time the world was actually plunging into the deep financial crisis. Okay, and then the Saudi dollar owners, they were no longer interested in investing their money in American stock exchange. Then I thought they were looking for very good opportunities in the region. So I just requested them to come and attend a seminar. I organized a seminar. I invested Indian scientists to come and help the Sudanese scientists. And I invited the scientists working in that research institute. We organized a very good, I wanted to dovetail. That means money coming from Saudi Arabia, technical expertise coming from Indian scientists, and the actual finding coming from the research institute so that they can get the patent registered. Unfortunately, a few weeks after the seminar, I had to leave for Vienna because I got a big promotion as principal advisor to the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I had to leave. So I don't know what is the latest status, whether they translated into deeds or not, I don't know. Then another product is Moringa leaf, being the most effective boosting the immune system. Now, Moringa leaf, Moringa powder, Moringa oil, Moringa the honey, those are all being sold in the global market like hotcake. And the total global value and the market value for Moringa products is to the tune of now $24 billion. 24 billion. Soon it will be $24 billion. Now it is $18 billion. And the Moringa products are used by food processing companies because of the iron content. You know, the iron content and vitamin C. They are adding it to most of the food products. It is also used by pharmaceutical companies, adding it to all the types of tablets so that the immune system is boosted up. And cosmetic companies. Cosmetic companies are spending money like anything. They mix aloe vera gel with moringa oil, and that is proven to be the best. That is proven to be. I look very awkward on the screen. I would kindly request the system operator to put my picture there instead of, otherwise, you know, it will be an irritant to you. I don't know. Okay. So if you mix aloe vera gel with moringa oil, that gives the best face cream. It is proven to be the best face cream. So like this, these products are emerging. These are all promising product areas based on the traditional medical knowledge and practices. Please go to the next one. Please go to the next one. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Old normal, new normal, better normal. Let me just spend a few minutes on that. I already mentioned this. Better style of living. We are all increasingly being used to better style of living. We are very conscious of, thanks to COVID-19. And better mode of working at home. Most of them are now working, and because of that, the companies save a lot of money on overhead expenditure. They don't have to maintain an office, pay for utility services, and so many other things, infrastructural facilities. So they save a lot of money, and when they save a lot of money, it automatically enhances the price competitiveness of their product and service. Better patterns of production and better means of selling products also. So we are increasingly getting used to this better normal, and that is governed mostly by the traditional way of living, as demonstrated by the Austrian government during at the Expo 2020. Please go to the next one. Go to the next one. Yeah. Converting comparative advantages into competitiveness. See, India is endowed with a huge reservoir of agricultural resources and mineral resources, all types of resources. Okay. Now, we have the comparative advantage contained in our resources. Our challenge is to convert comparative advantage into competitiveness. Okay. And very often, we don't add value to the products. We export our products either in primary form or in semi-processed for further processing. I can give you one example. one typical example, cassava, the tapioca, the powder made of cassava, that is, that is very common. Thailand is spinning 23 billion path every year by exporting semi-processed cassava to European countries for further processing into animal feed and industrial starch. Huge sum. Cassava grows everywhere. So at one point, I was just reflecting on it. When Thailand is able to make this much money out of cassava, why can't the African countries do? Because cassava grows everywhere. Everywhere, very often they don't plant, they don't water, they don't manure, it grows in spite of them. So we try to replicate that one in Tanzania. Why Thailand is earning this much money, why can't you also grow? And that project turned out to be a very successful project. Now Ghana, Tanzania, Kenya, they are all trying to replicate the Thailand's best practice. So what I am saying is, a big comparative advantage is contained in this particular agricultural product, but we are not able to convert it into the competitiveness. So if you add value, you gain a lot. So how to go? What are the steps to be followed? An inventory of modern industrial applications of our traditional medical knowledge and practices. That's an inventory we have to create. I am requesting some institutes to create a research cell. Two statisticians and an economist will do.
Please. Okay, sir, please. No. எத்தனை பண்ணி வைக்கிறாங்க? ஓபன் பண்ணி
Do you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Go to the slide. Please go to the same slide.
Right, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. We will adjust. Yes.
I will continue. I can even without slide continue. So we first create an inventory of the modern industrial applications of our product at the highly disaggregated segments. How to do it at the highly disaggregated segments? It's very easy. You just follow International Standard Industrial Statistics, ISIS, International Standard Industrial Statistics or International Standard Trade Statistics. One has to go at the 5-digit level. You go single digit. I will give you simple example. Textile is a single digit. Textile and garments, the 2 digits. Then different varieties of garments and textiles, 2 digits. Then more varieties, 4-digit. Then when you go to 5-digit, you capture all the products, disaggregated products. At that level, create an inventory. And then once you create the inventory, you make an inventory analysis of the world's best practice in processing, design, and marketing those products. The traditional products that we have been using. Take the example of turmeric powder, yellow powder. That actually the copyright belongs to us, but now the copyright is owned by somebody else because we did not get the copyright registered. Like the neem tree, 75 copyrights, intellectual property rights have been registered by countries against against the use of and the neem leaf and the neem leaf related products in countries where the tree does not grow. Anything of that? The tree grows here in all tropical countries. 75 intellectual property rights on the medical uses of neem leaf have been registered in countries where the tree does not grow. This is a development tragedy. So we have to just make an inventory analysis of the world's best practice in processing, design, and marketing our traditional products, and then try to penetrate that. Then assess our distance to those frontiers. Our distance may be huge. You don't have to replicate the frontiers of best practice immediately, but try to identify viable avenues of reducing our distance. Once you reduce our distance to the frontiers of best practice, you participate very successfully in selling value-added traditional products, value-added Indian traditional products, I mean medical health-related products globally. You can sell it in the national market, regional market, and in the global market. Please go to the next one. Go to the next one. Yeah. This is Murunga-based products, seaweed. Seaweed is another one. You know, actually, Japan started using seaweed in the years 1670. Can you imagine? 350 years ago, they started using seaweed for food purpose, medical health related thing, and cosmetic one, and also for industrial use. 350 years ago, Japanese were using it. They developed a seaweed farm. Only recently we realized the importance of seaweed. And the best seaweed is available in Zanzibar, in an island which belongs to Tanzania. I had been to that island several times. And they discovered the uses of this only, I would say, 10 years ago. When the Chinese discovered that the best seaweed is available, can be effectively used for medical purposes and food and cosmetic purposes, they started grabbing it. And the fishermen were just collecting. Fortunately, the high tides used to bring the sea to the shore. And in the morning, the sea will recede and they just go and collect it. These people, the fishermen who go and collect the seaweed, they don't even wash it using the seawater. They just give it to them with some sand content. So how much the Chinese were paying? They were paying, instead of $150 per ton world market price, they were paying them $20. Then we intervened. You need to intervene. We asked the fishermen to just do some type of processing. Clean it with seawater, cut it into some pieces, pack it and send it. And thereby, they earned a huge margin. And what is the impact and compact of that product? Their children started going to the universities. Now, the children of fishermen in Zanzibar are studying in Dar-es-Salaam University, doing PhD, MSc, MA, and doctoral degrees, and medical courses and engineering degrees. So this is the impact. So there is a dramatic transformation when you add value to your traditional products. Now, if you look at the history, the fate of the seaweed product now, when I said that 350 years ago, Japanese were using, we were not using it, people in Zanzibar were not using it because of ignorance. The challenge is to erase ignorance. Ignorance about the potential of our traditional products. Then, of course, here and you have Murunga also, you have food products, health products, cosmetic. I repeated it several times. You can bypass it and go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. Yeah. Yet another product is the essence is coming from, with this I explained it. You go to the next one. This is what happened in Sudan. Go to the next one. They're way ahead. Commercializing existing research findings. So first thing is, there are so many research institutions which must have discovered many things. First, prepare a compendium of all existing research findings on the uses for making food, purpose, cosmetic, and industrial uses of all our traditional products which our great grandparents were using, and first make an inventory and then try to commercialize those things with the help of technical assistance and business support services. In order to translate this into commercial options, in order to commercialize this, there may be many investment aspirants. When they listen to this, I'm sure some of you may be tempted to get into this. And the best thing is to understand available institutional technical assistance from the state government and the central government. There are so many. They are available like free good. You don't have to pay for it. And then try to make optimal use of the business support systems offered by institutions. Contact the concerned department at the state level and the central level. You can say, for example, you want to replicate Thailand's best practice in processing cassava and exporting it to European countries for industrial processing or for producing animal feed. It's a huge market there. So you prepare a project document and go and submit it to the relevant department and tell them that, please, I need some assistance. I'm looking for a joint venture partner from Thailand because Thai technology is the best one. And they may give you some money, or you spend money from your pocket and go to Thailand, visit some factories and try to negotiate with them. And then when you come back, write another report saying that I managed to find a foreign partner to work on that. I'm going to convert this much acres. You don't have to actually own farm. What I saw in Thailand was the factory does not own farms. They are collecting the pellets or the cassava, tapioca from the agents. And every day tons of cassava would be dumped at the farm gate. Every day at the factory gate, in front of the factory gate. And everything is mechanically collected, mechanically cleaned, mechanically peeled, and mechanically cut into pieces. And at the end of the other side of the factory, there, it's already packed for export. It is very capital intensive, but worth doing it. When I made a presentation of this project in Tanzania, one guy said, I hate you. You said it is fully mechanized. There is no employment opportunities. No. The positive spillover, indirect spillover is vast. One factory can feed 6,000 households if they grow cassava in their backyard. So one factory in Thailand is taking care of the livelihoods of 6,000 households. So that is the indirect positive spillover on employment. So you have to look for these options and try to emerge as dynamic entrepreneurs. We used to say that we should convert job seekers into job makers. And we can do that only when you unveil the viable avenues of promising product areas, which can make them dynamic entrepreneurs. And we can also rendering technical assistance and business support services for rekindling, for enabling them to rekindle new and dynamic sources of growth. Thank you. I am available for questions. If the floor is open to questions, I am most willing to answer. Perhaps one of you can read out the questions. I am not able to see in the box, in the message. I am not able to see it here. If there is any question typed by anybody, or you can ask for the floor and just to speak out, I will answer the question. Yeah.
Professor, good afternoon. Yeah. Now, where are you? Which country are you there, sir? In India or away? I am
in India, Kanyakumari. I am at the southern tip of India, Kanyakumari. Yeah, I am leaving for Vienna by the end of this month. Yeah.
I want to wish you, I don't know whether I should say good morning or good afternoon, what I say, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
No, you can now, at 12:20, you can say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you, sir. As usual, because I am hearing you for last 20 years, as usual, it was very interesting, very effective, impactful, and full of information. And as you all know, and India, though it's very rich in terms of medicinal plants and everything, our research contribution very little. Our intellectual property rights is so small even compared to Thailand. The property rights registered is very small in India. The money allocated for research is not even 1% of GDP. And there are industry promotion agencies. There is separate ministry for this agro processing industries. But in spite of all these things, as you say, we are very good. Today, it is a good news for you, sir. Today in Hindu, there is a St. Joseph teacher has used tulsi leaf for curing this cancer. Today's newspaper. They found out some. So like this, photography has come in Hindu. So I think we are making only very small efforts. And as we expect, I think it will take some more time to grow more and to find out. So I have no question because we all know what is happening in India. But compared to, as I said, Thailand, the small Dubai, that is my worry. I'm not bothered about USA, China, Russia. But the small countries, African countries, Asian countries, when they are able to do, why we are not able to do? That is my worry. Your experience, you can throw some more light on it. Your experience of this is so
very good. May I respond to that? Yeah.
Yes,
Knowledge is your source. Knowledge is your source, and innovation is your force. Unfortunately, our research intensity and the innovation intensity are very low in India. We are doing very well only in 2 sectors. Space research, we are one among top 5. We are proud of that. In fact, 4 Indians were primarily instrumental for Armstrong landing on the moon. Okay, we are doing extremely well. Another area where we do very well is the pharmaceuticals. In all other sectors, in relative terms, our research intensity and innovation intensity are very low. There are 3 types of innovations: national innovation system, sectoral innovation system, incremental innovation system. And in an ideal national innovation system, new knowledge is generated by institutions, exploited by laboratories, and commercialized by dynamic firms. Such a high degree of interactive framework does not exist in India. You cannot compare it with Singapore. The perfect interactive framework is in Singapore. Then sectoral innovation, in 2 sectors we are doing well. In all other sectors, big 0. In the case of software, we may be very proud of saying that we sustain the global leadership in software. But in hardware, big 0, meager to the extent of being negligible. And again, in the case of sectoral, then incremental innovation, we are actually moving forward. Incremental innovation means you don't have to invent anything new. Boeing has already been invented. You don't have to reinvent. You need efficient pilots to operate Boeing. So if you have enhanced adaptive capabilities and skills to use modern technology and to commercialize new knowledge, you participate in incremental innovation. That means that calls for ability to acquire the right technology, assimilate the technology, adopt the technology, adapt it, learn, and to invent something that befits your country-specific context. Now, the real problem here in India, I'm coming to your crucial question. Innovation intensity is very low because public sector institutions dominate. Private sector seldom participates. In other countries, they give lot of incentives to the private sector to do lot of to be innovative. Here, public institutions are supposed to do research. We have scientists, we have engineers, we have brilliant people. The moment they join a public research institution, very often they are no longer scientists, they are supervisors and supervisors. Okay, I used to say what is happening in India is institutionalized inactivity in R&D and innovation. You have institutions, big institutions, the resource pool of resource persons, but the intensity is very low. This is the real curse. What to do? China is of course doing a lot with the private sector. They gave a lot of private sector is doing more. In fact, they spend 4% of the GDP for R&D. Well, ours is around 1%. In terms of absolute money, compare it in terms of their GDP, it is huge money. And in China, what happened was they misunderstood the phrase copyright. They thought copyright means right to copy. And they systematically copied. And they were extremely successful in doing that. And that became a potential source of wealth creation for them. So unless we give topmost priority to R&D and innovation with a lot of incentives, the incentive system should be so tempting, the private sector should not be able to resist the temptation. Then we will be effectively participating in R&D and innovation. Then it will unveil all viable avenues of prosperity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can you spend some more 5 minutes more? I have one more question.
Yes, ask that.
Please go ahead.
One more question. One more question is.
I hope the participants will tolerate. Okay. Please go ahead.
We are very silent partners.
The session is
Not passive partners, but silent partners. I have one more question.
Okay.
Maybe
Cool.
irrelevant
Okay,
also.
sir.
Can we find some
Yeah.
problem with our education system? Because now, with the national education policy of Kasturi Rangan, now you may be knowing and reading the newspapers, state-wise there are some problems. Can we say that there is a problem in our education system, education policies? Should we go for national education policy? Will it solve our problems?
Yeah. The real problem is all our institutions, I'm sure, with no exception, to be very honest, I have to be very honest with you. I cannot think one thing and tell something else. Now, all our educational institutions prepare students for entry into employment and not for employment.
Yes.
On day one, when they are selected for a job, they are not operational. They are not valid for the corporate sector. Of course, for civil service, it's different. For the corporate sector, our students, when they come out of the colleges and are successful in English and selected, on day one, they are not operational. This means you are preparing students only for entry into employment, not for employment. Only after having undergone 6 months of training, intensive training, they are valid. Take the example of software companies. They were recruiting students from engineering colleges, irrespective of all subjects they learned, civil engineer, chemical engineer, mechanical engineer, and all types of engineers. And they gave the same orientation. Then they emerged as software engineers, the experts there. Then they realized that to do this, there is no need for engineering degree. They went to the arts and science colleges, started recruiting students from arts and science colleges, irrespective of subjects. And these students were doing much better than engineers. So this speaks volumes of the irrelevance of our educational system. I'm sure the new education policy is trying to address it through the so-called holistic education. Yeah.
Sorry, only one more question. Only one.
I hope I answered.
You answered, sir, but still there is one more question from that. That is, now University Grants Commission is going for dual degree at a time. 2 degrees at a time. Will it solve our problems? 2 degrees, whether the students will be able to get more skills or more marks, more certificates?
This is a good decision. This is a good decision. When you look at the ultimate aim of the new education policy, actually we are going back to what was being done by Nalanda University. When actually several years ago, Nalanda University was the best in the world. Foreign students used to come because of one reason, because of holistic education. Now, liberal colleges of liberal arts, are growing like anything because they develop all types of skills. Very often in the interviews, our students know the answer, but they are not exposed to conversational language in English. So they are battling for words, and their ideas are not properly expressed for want of communication. So along with the subject they learn, when they learn the communication skill also, other things also, then they get into, they develop that, they benefit a lot from the holistic education. That person will develop, I would say, it will add to his total personality. This is what I would like to say. So getting 2 degrees is even better. And the best part of new education policy is you do it for a diploma, you do it for a certificate 1 year, you do it for a certificate for 2 years, and you get a degree after 3 years, and you even become a researcher in 4 years. That is amazing. What I have seen across countries and continents, particularly in Europe, anybody can go and get his name registered for any course. at any age. If you are able to complete, you do that. One student may get his name registered for doing his psychology. Next year, he may do it, do history. Next year, he may go and register his name for medicine. If you are capable of doing it, come on, you do it. It's up to you. If you are not able to do it, it's your problem. It's not their problem. I think it's a good approach. Giving 2 degrees is in not only 2 degrees, more degrees, 3 degrees or 4 degrees at the same time, so that he develops all the skills required
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
for developing total personality.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, I am Selvam. Sir, you attended recently the International Investor Conference at Dubai.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, all youngsters believe that that will be a great boost for them. Is it true? What is your experience? What is your comment on that?
You're very good. Very good.
In short, please, in short, what is the scope for the youngsters? Young students like MBA students and others.
And I mean the scope for youngsters based on what I saw at the Expo 2020.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
2022.
You know, 2020. Actually, they still call it Expo 2020 because they wanted to do it because of Corona. They postponed it, but they didn't want to change the name. No, actually, Expo, the pavilions demonstrated, exhibited by countries, just revealed the unlimited avenues of opportunities. Unlimited avenues of opportunity. Very often our students are frightened by new technological marvels. Let me give you one example. When computers were introduced in Kerala, the Communist Party, which was ruling, the ruling party, governing party, organized agitation against the introduction of computers, saying that all the typists would lose job. They interpreted computer only as a substitute for typewriter. They did not understand. They did not realize that computer-related activities would create millions of jobs. Now today, Kerala is encompassing 4 ultra-modern state-of-the-art techno park. See, the country, the same government, communist government was against computer. Now they are starting one more. The 5th tech park is emerging. They did not realize. Like that, when new technologies come, now we are living in an era of new technological marvels, our students are frightened. Am I relevant here? Will I get a job? New technologies, particularly the disruptive technologies like advanced digital production system, augmented reality, and then additive manufacturing, big data management, cloud computing, 3D printer, Internet of Things, Internet of Services, Internet of Everything, my Internet. So students are frightened. Believe me, there will be more opportunities to be created by the so-called disruptive technologies as it was done by computers. There will be many more opportunities. Only thing is you have to develop your adaptive capabilities and skills to be part of it. When I won't say that there are many changes taking place, you be the part of the change. I will not say that you be the change. You change. You develop the skills. And hereafter, no one will get a regular job. Okay? You get a job except the civil service. In all other areas, I don't think anybody will get a job and remain there for 30 years, 50 years. Each professional will be a rolling stone. He will be rolling from one place to another place according to the opportunities that befit his qualifications, enhanced adaptive capabilities. So you constantly keep yourself abreast of what is happening, enhance your capabilities, which are definitely within your means. It's not rocket science. Everything is within your means. Inculcate that confidence and then try to be part of the change, and you be the change. And you have to inculcate a sense of optimism. It's very important. When the wind flows, a pessimist will say, it is going to destroy everything. The optimist will say, come on, it will bring something good, a change which is good for us. So inculcate an optimistic mindset and make optimal use of all the good things and convert challenges into opportunities. As I said, I go back to my original statement. In life, each challenge is an opportunity. So you try to convert your challenges into opportunities, your personal and professional response to convert challenges into opportunities and opportunities into sustainable sources of wealth creation is a discovery process. I am sure the students of Bharatidasan University will discover the process. With that, I wind up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your confidence, sir. Thank you very much. Any queries from anybody?
Thank you. Thank you.
Queries?
Great opportunity.
Okay, thank you, sir. This is
Okay, sir.
very
Thank you, sir.
amazing, excellent lecture.
I can now. Professor, kindly send the recorded version of my speech. I always accept corrective steps. I don't have the presumption of perfection at all. When I listen to my speech again, I identify all the defects. What went wrong, then I correct. I always accept corrective steps. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Send you, sir. We will send you. Please.
Two things humans can do for each other. Now we invite Mr. Mohammad Tisham, PhD research scholar, to propose vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this session. First, I would like to thank our resource person, Dr.M.Selvam, for former principal advisor to the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Vietnam, principal advisor, Knowledge Management Associate, Vietnam, Austria, for his special lecture on the topic emerging business opportunities based on traditional medical knowledge and practice back to the future. We are grateful to him for his effort in attending the conference virtually to deliver the lecture. He has nicely explained the topic and also shared from his personal experience and answered all our queries. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting and wonderful lecture. I also wish to express my gratitude to our beloved professor, Dr.M.Selvam, sir, for arranging this wonderful event for us. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank our faculty members and Professor S.I.M. sir for their guidance and support in conducting this workshop. Thank you, sir. Finally, I would like to thank our Department of Sales College and MBA students for their cordial cooperation. Thank you all. And last but not least, I thank all the participants and delegates from the research fraternity who are joining in person and also virtually to grace this occasion. Once again, thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. An announcement: all participants can go for lunch. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 1:30 p.m. The online participants are requested to log in the same link on or before 1:30 p.m.
Thank you. We'll meet again 1:30. Students, please come by 1:30.
the population size is 200, but convenience sample purpose, I just collect the data 160 sample only. My sample size is 160. And then I used some tools. So first one is descriptive, second one is correlation, third one is regression. Descriptive, I just explain all the things, so mean, median, standard deviation, variance. And then correlation, why I choose correlation means it's a causal relationship. Okay, sir. I just tell my conclusion part is the representative and the anchoring bias have a strong relationship in investment decision and then low impact. That is my conclusion, sir.
Positive impact or negative impact?
Positive impact, sir.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Now we move on to online presentation. First, I invite the workers, urban and research professor, postgraduate and research division, Institute of Technology, Joseph Maria. I invite workers, Fernandez. Sir, you can start your presentation, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me share my presentation.
Start your presentation, sir.
Can you see it, please? Busy. Let me know if you can see my presentation.
Yes,
Yes, it's visible, sir. You can start your presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to see you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry? Able to see my slide.
To the same field. Sorry, it is untamed. It's 10,000 kilometers away from us.
It's midnight.
Midnight, 10,000 kilometers. Sir?
Please.
Please, you make it your presentation, sir.
Not able to hear you, sir. Not able to hear you, sir.
You are not able to listen your word, sir. Network
Hello. Apologies,
Yes,
something
yes.
is wrong. It's not working. Let me try again to share.
No, forget the sharing here. It is problem.
Sorry, can you see the slide now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Go ahead.
Please let me know.
Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you very much. As we need to present it. What I'm going to present is a theoretical cluster.
Please you speak, sir. Don't worry about the PPT. Please you speak.
Sir, you speak, sir. As present. Not our party. Not his fault. Since yesterday he is praying. But what to do?
Sir, please you speak. You forget about your PowerPoint.
Sir, message boarding la. Chat box. Chat box do something, sir. We are sorry.
Sir, please.
Apologies. Something is not working.
Please you speak.
I get the wrong. Let me try again. Apologies. This is not my fault. This is a technical problem.
Professor, please you speak. Don't worry about the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So let me present it. About the theoretical concept of the starts is an important to increase the concentration.
Please go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Sorry.
Others who are ready in that presentation in that online, it is start your presentation.
Sir, am I visible and audible?
Yeah, you start your presentation.
Sir, my serial number is 0S19.
Okay, let us start your presentation.
Yeah, sir. I'll present my screen.
So let you start your presentation. Share your PPT and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, super.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon, everyone present. So my name is Sakshi and I'm a student from Christ University, Delhi NCR. So today I'll be presenting my paper titled as Factors Impacting the Usage of Instant Messaging Tools Among Farmers of Bihar. So the main purpose of presenting this research paper was to identify all the factors that impact the usage of instant messaging tool and to have a strategic information for the benefit of agriculture department so that they can further develop and improve the tools that they have been developing for farmers. So the factors that I identified in the entire process after going through other literatures were performance expectancy, self-efficacy, social norm, system quality, trust, facilitating conditions, and information quality. So on the basis of these factors, my hypothesis, 7 hypotheses were created. These were the 7 hypotheses that I created on the factors, and this was the model that was created. And I had done a structural equation modeling using the tool Smart PLS, and through that, the results, I come to the result part, that the Cronbach alpha, which tells that the reliability of each item prepared on the test was of the same variable. And in simple terms, it checks whether all the items designed to address and collect the data about the given variable convey the same meaning. And it should be between 0 to 0.9 to 0.7, and very well my values underlined to it. When I did the bootstrapping, the result came that performance expectancy and system quality were the 2 factors that directly impact the usage of instant messaging tools among farmers, whereas the other factors were not impacting it. Maybe the reason is that my sample size was only 140, and if I increase my sample size, my values might change. But for now, my values as performance expectancy and system quality were directly impacting the use of instant messaging tools among farmers. And I also saw that self-efficacy, like how much are they knowledgeable in their education, is also somewhat impacting the use of instant messaging tool, but not to a greater extent. So this was the conclusion that came from my research.
Very good, clear.
Very clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Next, anybody from online? You introduce yourself, let us start your presentation.
Good evening, good afternoon, sir. My name is Maria Iqbal. So,
Your ID number?
good morning, good afternoon, sir. My name is Maria Iqbal, and my registration ID is OS13.
go ahead.
Okay, sir.
You start your presentation.
I'll just share my screen. Yes, sir.
Yes,
So,
your PPT is visible. You start your presentation.
okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Iqbal. I'm a student of Christ University, Delhi, NCR. I have done research on the study of the usage of artificial intelligence in future healthcare. My co-author is Dr.M.Selvam. He is a professor of the School of Business and Management, Christ deemed to be University, Delhi, NCR. So, during COVID-19 pandemic, many people have died due to less availability of medical services at their doorsteps. With the evolution of artificial intelligence, healthcare facilities can be made available to people at every second of the day. Use of fitness bands, avoidance of infected DNA mutation, AI can be used in X-ray and CT scan reports. AI can also be used in connecting home appliances to smartphone. So these are the ways how technology can be brought home and improve the lives of people. So, in my methodology, I have considered human and machine interaction as my dependent variable, and there are 5 independent variables: use of fitness bands, use of AI in human DNA and genetic disease, use of AI in X ray and CT scan reports, usage of AI in predictive analysis, and IoT gadgets connect home appliances to smartphones. So this is my first hypothesis in which human and machine interaction and use of fitness bands impact is shown. Through the regression and correlation which I have performed, I infer that in this case, the human and machine interaction has a positive impact on fitness bands because the p value is 0.0001124, which is greater than 0.05. Hence, increased involvement of human and machine interaction has a positive impact on the use of fitness bands. Now, looking at the correlation plot, we can say with 99% confidence that the use of AI in human DNA and genetic disease and IoT gadgets connect home appliances to smartphone is significantly impacting human and machine interaction because the value is 0.36 on the top right corner. Both the values are 0.36 with triple stars. So the triple stars shows 99% confidence and the greater value shows the higher impact of the independent variable on the dependent variable. Then results and interpretation. Hence, from the survey conducted through the Google Forms and circulated to 148 participants, it can be concluded that most of the respondents are hopeful that if advanced AI systems are implemented, they will lead to a bright future ahead. Therefore, it goes without saying that one must use AI wisely in order to avoid its devastating effect on the face of humanity and promote growth in many areas of life. AI can assist doctors.
Okay, results are clear. AI has impact.
Yeah. Go to your conclusion.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you, good.
Thank you.
Good presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Yashwin. My OF registration number is 12. May I present now?
Yes.
Yeah, let you start with.
Well, not soon.
Okay, let you start your presentation. Share your PPTs.
Sir, I hope my PPT is visible to you.
Yeah, it's visible.
Very good afternoon, respected teachers and my dear friends. I'm Yashwin from Christ University, Delhi NCR campus. I'm presently a student of BBA final year. Today, I'm here before you to present a research paper on the topic Revolutionizing the Future of Retail with Amazon Go Technology. This paper has been written in co-authorship with my professor, Mr. Tarun Kumar Singhal. So now I would like to begin with my presentation. Coming to the introduction part, Amazon Go started experimenting with this technology, which is called Just Walkout, and it gives you a combination of plethora of technologies which are working on synchronization to create a unified customer experience, which allows the customers to walk into a store, pick up any item the customer desires to, and then just walk out. The objective of my study was to study the impact of such shopping experience on various customer attributes, such as will it influence the satisfaction of the customers, will it influence the repurchase intentions, will it influence the footfall in a particular store, will it introduce a competitive advantage for the organization, or will it introduce a pleasant shopping experience for the customers. In order to gain an understanding, we conducted a research literature review of many papers, and the general consensus emerging out of this literature review was that Amazon Go technology is actually much sought after, and it is actually beneficial for the customer experience. Coming to the methodology part, here the p-value is 0.0001306, which is much less than 0.05. Therefore, it is statistically significant. It means that we will reject the null hypothesis and accept the alternative one. In this case, my alternative hypothesis was to test whether the usage of Amazon Go would positively influence buyer satisfaction or not. And since we are accepting the alternate, we can positively state that Amazon Go will influence buyer satisfaction. Similar calculations have been performed for other hypotheses, and they have been proven statistically significant, but I have not included as a part of my presentation for the sake of time. By looking at the correlation matrix, it can be inferred that with 99% confidence, we can say the usage of Amazon walkout technology would positively influence customer shopping experience, as it has the highest core value, that is 0.64 amongst all others. Coming to the conclusion, majority of people who were surveyed, they feel that Amazon Go can actually convert Amazon into a very serious player in the grocery business and are eager to experience Amazon Go. Hence, I would like to conclude on a note that modern retail has undergone huge transformation, both in terms of technology and customer experience. Unfortunately, the traditional retail has failed to elicit the response of tech-savvy buyers. Thus, transformation in retail with the help of an inclusive technology can open new doors to new set of buyers, and therefore, it goes without saying that Amazon Go is a game changer with the retail industry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Nalan. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, anybody else is ready? Online presenter.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kevin Gopal. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kevin Gopal, sir. My registration number is OS14, sir. OS14, sir. May I permitted to give my presentation, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So just sir, my name is Kevin Gopal, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm a PhD research scholar from Department of Commerce, Krishna University. My research paper title is Prospects of Digital Banking in the Midst of COVID-19, sir. Sir, the digitalization of information helped the Indian economy to combat this situation successfully, sir. There are certain sequence of events which help the Indian customer to transact even in the middle of the COVID-19 situation, sir. Those are as the introduction of Jan Dhan Yojana in 2014, which increases the banking culture in India, sir. The demonetization process, which demonetization was introduced in 2018, sir, which
So you directly go to your objectives and the methodology and the results. Three things you can focus.
Is about the
meeting around the bush. We are necessarily doing directly come to
online modes of
Sir, you go to your objectives and the methodology and the result.
Sir. And finally, the COVID-19 necessitated the usage of online modes, even with the minimum education, sir. Of communication. My research objective of this paper is banking sector to serve my research objective enabling the customer to transact fearlessly in the midst of COVID conditions, sir. As I didn't help from the Reserve Bank of India newsletter, sir. A small observation is also made by asking some questions on the banking customers, how effectively they did their online transactions, sir. Sir, digitalization is the process of storing the information in digital form, which can be easily accessed and processed and helpful to take decisions appropriately, sir. The digitalized process helped the fully compressed Indian banking sector to successfully handle the online orders from their customers. As the very popular online payment modes, which are fully aware by the Indian people are, even with the minimum education, is mobile banking and card payments, sir. Sir, this is a secondary data information which I collected from the newsletter of the Reserve Bank of India, sir, which provided the information how far the digital modes of payments are increased, sir. The NEFT transactions, national. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, before the pandemic, the usage of online mode is at a very minimum level, sir. But the COVID-19 forced the customer to learn online modes of transactions, sir. The most easy to understand, accessible modes of e-banking services offered by the Indian banking sector helped the banking customer to settle their payment transactions in the most satisfying way, sir. The fully compressed Indian banking operations have been providing e-banking services in the most secure and safety ways, enabling to win the confidence of the customer, sir. If the cyber crimes are taken care, in near future, the cashless payment will be the only method of payment to settle their transactions, sir. These are my conclusions, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
See, here is
Thank you.
for every sentence,
So, any other participant from that online mode, if you are ready, let you introduce yourself and start your presentation.
Sir, can I start?
Yeah. You will tell your number, which station ID number, then you start your presentation.
Okay.
So, register ID.
Sir, my ID is OS 16.
Okay.
I will.
Share your PPT, then start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manya, a final year MBA student from Rukmini Devi Institute of Advanced Studies, New Delhi. And the topic of my research paper is Impact of Macroeconomic Indicators on Indian Stock Market. A stock market is a secondary market where companies list their stocks which are publicly available for buying and selling by the investors. They are regulated by SEBI, and macroeconomic indicators are those indicators which represent the basic economic circumstances of a particular nation. This research paper focuses on the impact of 5 macroeconomic indicators on 2 Indian stock market indices, NSE, Nifty 50, and BSE Sensex. Various literature related to these macroeconomic indicators and the Indian stock market have been reviewed in order to
I need not go for the literature and other thing. You go to your objectives,
Okay.
and present your
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. These are the 3 objectives. First, to analyze the impact of various macroeconomic variables on Nifty 50. Second, to analyze the impact of various macroeconomic variables on Sensex. And last, to investigate the relationship among various macroeconomic variables and Indian stock market. There are total 7 variables used in this research, 5 independent variables, namely exchange rate, wholesale price index, index of industrial production, crude oil prices, FPI, and 2 dependent variables, Nifty 50 and Sensex. These 2 equations represent the research model used in the study, and this is the theoretical model that is also used in the study. For the data analysis, first of all, descriptive statistics has been generated in order to identify the basic characteristics of the data set and of the variables. Then unitary test has been applied to check the stationarity of the data, and it can be seen that at level, IIP and FPI have non-stationarity present in them, and at first different, all the variables have non-stationarity present in them. Then the angle-to-angle two-step co-integration approach has been applied in order to understand if the series are correlated or not. Hence, for that, the residuals obtained from the 2 research models or equations have been extracted, and then on that ADF test for stationarity has been applied, and it can be seen that in both the cases, these residuals are non-stationarity in nature and are co-integrated. Then error correction model or ECM has been applied in order to in order to understand the co-integration influence on the short-term relationship between the independent and the dependent variables. And from the results, it can be seen that in both the cases, the value of ECM or the residual is between -0 and -0 and 1, which shows the presence of co-integration. And since their value is more, probability value is more than 0.05, it means that this model is not appropriate to be applied in the short run. The conclusion from the study is that only the independent macroeconomic variable crude oil has a significant impact on only stock index NSE Nifty 50, and that's why the null hypothesis for there is no significant relationship between crude oil and NSE Nifty 50 has been rejected. And these are some of the recommendations for future research. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. But among the 5 independent variables, don't you find any multicollinearity?
Yes, sir.
Among the 5 macroeconomic variables, don't you find any multicollinearity?
Yes, sir. I have. So there is since the value of the autocorrelation test was around 1 point. So there was no autocorrelation present in the data.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next audience, online presenter, if anybody is ready, you can introduce yourself and start your presentation. Paper presenter for online, anybody is ready?
Sir,
yeah.
okay, sir.
Okay.
So my ID is OS15.
And your PPT and start your question.
So hopefully my PPT is visible.
Visible. Start your question.
So is my PPT visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sushi Barik from Christ University, pursuing my undergrads and Bachelor's of Business Administration. I'm going to present on the topic, my research topic is adoption of banking chatbot. The motivation for this research was the evolution in banks and the technological advancement in banks, which lead to customers effect, what the customers are preferring. Sorry, sir? Okay. The research objective. The current development and growth in banking sector have led to a new domain called fintech. So that's the online mode of payment and fully digitization of finance. So the 2 pointers which I have focused on is adoption and intention for customers' perspective, like why they are adopting the chatbot, what are their intentions, factors impacting customers' adoptions. These are some factors which I have taken for my research, like information quality, like what information is required for the chatbot, what are they taking, is that information authentic or not, what information is provided to the customers, is that authentic or not. Then second is perceived system quality. The system used in the chatbot is apt or not, is it reliable or not, it is validations, all those backend process is being judged here. Service and service quality is that the bank's chatbot is providing the service, the factors needed to the customers, are they apt or not. The services, like what all the queries the customers need is addressed or not, what is the service quality provided by the chatbot. And perceived trust, is the chatbot trustworthy, can the customer trust that okay, the information is not going to be leaked further or not misused in further. Perceived usefulness, like why should that customer use that chatbot, that's been discussed in this factor. Then it's that attitude of consumer, like what is the attitude towards the chatbot about the consumer, like what are they feeling, are they willing to use that chatbot, or are they not willing to use that chatbot, what are the reasons that is driving them to use that chatbot. And last but not the least, customers experience, like how are they feeling about that chatbot, are they convenient to use, easy to use, all these factors are being counted in this factor. Coming
Go to your result area. You present your result.
so your voice is cracking, can you repeat it?
So directly go to your result part.
Research model.
No, result part. You present your result.
Result part. Okay.
Yes.
So for data analysis, I have used software SmartPLS, and it's the structure equation model I have been used for it. For this, these are my construct, reliability, and validity, in which if the value is above or near to 0.9, it's good, or it's 0.8, it's satisfactory. So all my values are above 0.8. So my model is satisfactory and it is reliable and valid model. Sorry. And then come to model fit. In model fit, SRMR stands for standardized root mean square, which value should be which value should be above 0. Not near to 0.8. Mine is near to 0.8. So it is satisfactory model. It says that my model is good and satisfactory. And talking about my findings. The findings of my paper was that the factors perceived system quality, perceived usefulness, service quality, these all factors were significantly impacting the attitude of the customers, which lead to significant impacting of customers' experience, and finally led to the adoption of banking chatbot. And also my another finding was that the youth group, which is 18 to 40, was the major group which was more adaptable to this chatbot, because they were in the digital native. They are considered as the digital native, as they have been through these chatbots and AI from starting. But there was one unique finding, that even though Gen Z, that is 45 above, they were also inclined towards this adoption of chatbot. They were also interested in using this chatbot, the more queries they were raising.
Thank you, Sushisri. Thank you. Next.
So can I start?
Yeah.
So OS 20.
Right?
OS 20, 20.
Where you are PPT and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. So is the screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So my topic is transformation of education sector with the use of social media for NEP 2020 in India. So basically, in this research, I have uh, taken the topic as the digital media that has the impact on next generation education and how
Directly
national.
go to your Divya, you go to your
Yes, sir.
objectives and the methodology part and show your result.
Yes, sir. So the objectives I have covered, there are three objectives: understanding the transformation in higher education system, SWOT analysis, and the challenges towards the transformation. Uh, for the analysis, I have taken primary data where I have taken 100 plus responses, and for this I have done regression analysis as well as graphical analysis. In regression analysis, the significant came around 0.806, which gave an impact of positive result, because the responses showed that the digitalization in the education sector proved being a positive sign towards the students, as it helped them learn better and through different platforms. The positivity rate in the number of responses was 92% positive, because only 8% people felt that the digitalization is not very useful, whereas the remaining feel that it provides maximum good support and different platforms through which people have been able to learn better. So for conclusion of all the analysis that I have performed, it shows that the variables are interdependent and how the education is changing and how it is providing a positive sign in India, because the regression analysis as well as the positivity rate shows that it helped in the growth of people who could not complete their education or the distant learning, or even some courses that people were interested were available on different platforms like free courses, which helped us understand better. So this is how it helped in the transformation of education
Thank
as
you,
per.
Divya, for joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter. Introduce yourself and start your presentation. Next, Mohammed, you are ready to present?
Yes, sir. Shall I?
Let you share your PPT and start your presentation. Tell your paper ID number.
Yes, my ID number is OS 11.
Okay, share your PPT and start your presentation.
So, now you
So
can
you
see
go to your
the
objectives, methodology part, and the result. These three things is enough.
okay, sir. So, I am Muhammad Nawaz. I am Bachelor of Commerce student from Kulliyatul Shuhada Omanur. And our main title is Communication, a review on modern business. Communication Communication is an important management function. Communication and career development are most important for a business. Effective business communication relies on how employees.
You go to your objectives, you go to your methodology part, and present your result. Enough.
Yes, the need for the good communication in the organization. Business communication is the process of sharing information between people within and outside a company. Effective communication is how employees and management interact to reach the organizational goals. Its purpose is to improve organizational practice and reduce work. The central idea is to remember what is communicated, especially during the time of work. The central idea is the
Okay, Mohammed, you go to your findings and conclusion.
Yes, okay, sir. Here's the major findings. Uh, Here's the findings or interpretations of the stress. Uh, Damage resulting from experienced stress is usually referred to as strain. Firstly, stress is pervasive in the work environment. Most of us experience stress at some time. Secondly, it is important to note that all people do not react in the same way to successful situation, even in the same occupation. Thirdly, all stress is not necessarily bad, although highly stressful situations invariably have a dysfunctional consequence. Moderate level of stress often serve useful purpose.
Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you. Next.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Your paper ID number that you introduce.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Mohammed. Shall I present, sir?
Yeah, what's your paper ID number?
OT17, sir.
Okay, to share your PPT and start your presentation.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
It's visible.
fine, sir. I am Mohammed Mustafa from Tamil Nadu Institute of Labor Studies, University of Madras, Chennai. My topic is emerging business trends in the present pandemic area pertaining to human resource management. Introduction. Human resources play a significant and remedial role in the balancing the socio-economic fabric of the country. See, without human resource management, other resources cannot be utilized effectively and fully in order to achieve the organizational goals, vision, mission, and target. So, since the citizens of India are the most valuable resource, our billion-strong nation needs the nurture and care in the form of education to achieve a better quality of life and organizational accomplishment. Objectives. Why human resource management is required in an organization. Point number one, it is to accomplish or achieve organizational goals in terms of profitable turnover and other expansion of business opportunities in different locations, to maintain organizational structure, desirable working environment, to create facilities and opportunities to the internal customers as well as external customers, to welcome the innovative ideas across the employees. Always we have to give importance to out-of-box thinking of ideas of our employees. To attain effective utilization of human resources, always we have to go for extracting maximum output from the employees. To maintain high employee morale, to provide an opportunity for learning and development. It is the prime responsibility of each and every employer to provide training and developmental opportunities for the experienced employees as well as newly joined entrant, to provide work-life balance. Findings. What happened during this pandemic time? Most of the people started to work from home option. They felt feeling fatigue on work from home since they were asked to work long hours. Emotional imbalance. They had to undergo tremendous stress due to work schedule and due to work allocations since they were asked to work from morning to till midnight. Lack of teamwork and team spirit that was missing during the pandemic time when they were asked to work from home option. And lack of learning and developmental opportunities got missed. Lack of quality of work-life balance, that is also missed. Lack of socialization, lack of adequate compensation. Even most of the companies have reduced the remuneration of the employees since they work from home. Lack of promotion, salary enhancement, this got affected a lot. Lack of job security. My suggestion is that always we have to go for recruiting freshers. During this pandemic time, most of the organizations failed to recruit freshers because they said they belong to COVID-19 batches. So always we have to go for providing training and developmental opportunities to everybody because during the pandemic time, most of the organizations reduced their budget towards learning and developmental opportunities. To provide a conducive work environment, most of the organizations fail to provide an amicable and applaudable work environment. That has to be provided. Initiation of employee welfare activities, timely promotion, salary enhancement, and we have to go for incorporating the vision and mission of the organization to each and every employee, including the freshers, those who joined the organization recently. My final point is that giving importance to the organization philosophy, what is called employees work with us rather than employees work for us. So all these factors will help the organization to achieve the organizational goals. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very well done. Very well done. But I was expecting some empirical evidence. Instead of simply listing out these general observations, I was expecting some empirical evidence from this. Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anybody next? Next, anybody?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, your number? Yes.
YS 21. YS 21.
21. Okay, you can start.
Okay.
Okay, start presentation.
Okay. Can you see my paper presentation?
You share your PPT.
Share your PPT. Okay. I am Muhammad Sinan. My topic is a critical evaluation of various business organization, a psychological approach. My objectives of this study to analyze some critical views on COVID era, to examine the merit and demerit sides of educational sectors, and applying some models of economic sector, observing through a psychological view. First, my point is analyzing some critical view on COVID era, recession of economical sector, decline educational zone, lack of basic income, breakdown of social network, limited access of healthcare, and suicide and attempted suicides are increasing. Some psychological problems is mental stress and anxiety, fear being a burden of their families, and mental disorder. Online education have so many merits and demerits. First of all, I would like to say my merits. Students got access to worldwide class and enrolled in many courses through online. Okay, sir. I can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, see, your voice is also very feeble. Could you please raise your voice? Could you please unmute your camera? We are not able to see your face.
Okay.
The PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Can you hear me, sir? No, can you hear me?
Your voice is far better, but we are not able to see your face.
Okay.
PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. You can see my
Unmute your
face
camera.
because my system has a problem because it has no it cannot show my face because while my screen is presenting.
Okay, no problem. You can present.
Okay. And the merit sides of online education is students got access to worldwide class and enrolled in many courses through online. It removed the hindrance created by COVID pandemic and lockdown. And the demerits is created people with less employability because of online education. It makes more unemployability. We know many studies shows that in India lack of job opportunities, but in India some studies are saying that in India not lack of job opportunities, lack of unemployability is the main reason for job lack of job opportunities. And my second point is maintained to cover up the classes but failed to uphold quality of education, thus creating an unproductive student base. And my some needed changes in online education field is student can improve their physical abilities only from offline education, and student need direct practical and physical experiment in their life. Only direct experiments can make more improvement in their concentration. It will help for improving dependency between teachers and students, and students
Okay,
need
thank
to
you, sir.
improve their mental attachments. Okay, sir. Okay.
You have not done any empirical research, I suppose.
What,
It is
sir?
feasible.
What,
You
sir?
have not done any empirical research, it seems. Therefore, observations are okay, well taken. Thank you so much.
No, sir. So many studies show that it is most important to make offline education to, especially in primary education sector. And
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
okay, sir. Okay.
Next, anybody?
Hello, sir. Can I, sir?
Number?
Hello, Anandi. Hello, sir.
Number.
Anandi, WT15, sir.
15. Okay. 15 on. Thank you. Start, please. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Share your PPT. Your computer is all right.
Sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay, start.
I am Anandi from Dr.M.Selvam School of Management, and my presentation will begin from Investmentation. It is a review.
Unmute your camera. Unmute your camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If there is any difficulty, no problem. Okay. All right. Please, brief. Go to your research questions.
Sorry, sir.
Go to your research questions. What are your research questions? Objectives.
Wait. My main objective of the study is bibliometric analysis in behavioral field, behavioral finance. Bibliometric analysis is the statistical method to analyze the books, articles, and publications and bibliometric data. It is helpful by analyzing the large volume of the scientific data. It helps to identify which authors and articles, journals, and even countries have high impact in specific field of research. And I select the data from the Scopus database and I use the search term behavior trends and investment decision. And I choose 2031 articles for this study. And I use the VAST Viewer as the bibliometric analysis software. This picture shows the frequently used keywords in behavioral finance. This clearly shows behavioral finance and risk, overconfidence, heuristics, personality are more frequently used keywords. And the small circle indicates that that keywords are used less frequently. This also indicates there are very less studies only done in this field. For example, neuroscience and neurofinance are emerging field. In this field, very few research only done in this field. This field needs more research. This picture shows how each country contribute in particular field. United States and United Kingdom are more contribute in behavior finance field. This picture shows which author are more cited by the other researchers and who are more contribute in particular field. This picture shows Farnman and Tabaski are more frequently cited by the other researchers. They are very famous in the behavior finance field because of they only propose the prospect theory. It is also known as loss aversion theory. According to that theory, the investor are more constant on the losses rather than the gain. They're ready to take more risk to avoid the losses rather than gain the profit. And
we go to your conclusion. Yes, sir. We go to your conclusion.
Yes. Bibliometric analysis will give the reference about the article for future researchers. It gives the foundational framework for the researchers who are the work in this field. It is very helpful for the researchers who are in the new to the research. Behavior finance have a great impact on the investor decision making. It helps to economists and companies to understand how investors process the financial information. It helps investors to manage their emotion in successful way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Others?
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good
afternoon, sir.
It's your paper ID number. Then introduce yourself. Then start your presentation.
Sir, I'm Deepak Arunya, OT1.
Okay. Share your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Unmute your camera. Then start your presentation.
Sir, it's visible?
Yeah. Unmute your camera. Then you start your presentation.
1 minute, sir. Sir, I'm visible?
Yeah, then you start your presentation. So directly go to your objectives, methodology, and the result. These three things only.
Okay, sir, okay. My topic is risk-return analysis of select commodities during post-pandemic period in India through Granger causality test. My objective is to evaluate the risk and return relationship of select commodities in the course of post-COVID-19 to analyze the impact of pandemic on the futures of the select commodities in post-COVID-19. My methodology, the study is purely based on the secondary data, which were calculated from the MCX. In addition to other related information was collected from various published research articles, books, and derivative market websites. The present study covers a period of 2 years, 2019 to 2021. The study period was segregated on the basis of 11 months prior to the COVID-19 and 11 months after the COVID-19. My sampling design is collected from the MCX website, and I have collected 9 commodities, namely gold, silver, energies, crude oil, natural gas, and metals, copper price, lead price, zinc, nickel, and aluminum. The limitation of the study is purely based on the secondary data and its own limitation. Findings are limited only with the pre and post COVID-19 situation. And my first analysis is beta calculation. Beta calculation, I have taken 9 commodities. There were every commodities where values is higher than the one, which indicates with the lower volatility that the market or a volatile investment whose price movements were not highly correlated with the market. Hence, the investors can invest their
You move your slide.
So,
The slide is not moving.
No, presentation is clear. First point is over. Regarding volatility.
Okay, let me continue.
It's
visible. Let me continue the presentation.
Okay, sir. Next test is Granger causality test. Granger causality test is employed to test for the causal relationship between the two variables. My first variable is CPI. CPI, there is the result Granger causality is determine the relationship between CPI and select commodities. However, it can be assessed from the table that no causality exists between the silver, copper price, natural gas price, lead price, and nickel price. For the commodities, gold price, zinc price, crude oil, and aluminum price results reveals that there is a unidirectional causality. Next is exchange rate. Exchange rate, there is the it can be observed that table that no causality exists between the gold, nickel, zinc, and aluminum. Commodities, silver, copper, crude oil, natural gas, lead result reveals that unidirectional causality. Next one is inflation rate. Inflation rate, there is the no causalities between silver, copper, lead, natural gas, nickel, and gold, zinc, crude oil, and aluminum. There is a unidirectional causality. Next one is interest rate. Interest rate, there were the no causality between the copper, nickel, zinc, and natural. For commodities, gold, silver, lead, crude oil, aluminum prices are unidirectional causality. Next, last one is money supply. Money supply, there is a no causality between the gold price, silver price, zinc, and natural gas. Commodities for the copper, lead, crude oil, aluminum, nickel are the unidirectional causality. And my suggestion is,
Please.
yes, investors who are interested in making low risk investments can invest in gold, silver, copper, crude oil, and natural gas. The post COVID-19 period, which is utilities with the low prices, and this is an appropriate time for the investors to take a right decision to invest in commodities. Investing in commodities can provide the investors with diversification, a hedge against the inflation, and access the positive returns. While investor can invest their commodities in gold, silver, copper, lead, zinc, nickel, crude oil, natural gas, aluminum price, investors in long run investments along with higher return can provide the investors or higher risk and higher return. The oil price and energy price are more generally is a critical important contributing factor to the increasing production cost for crude oil, natural gas, ultimately in the market price for these goods. Price projection discussed here reflect the widely held belief that the oil price increases are permanent, lifting future prices to higher average levels. Investors can invest their commodities in these prices of short-term returns and lower risk.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Small correction. All through your presentation,
yes, sir.
you are mentioning casualty. It is not casualty. It is
Yes, sir.
causality.
Causality, okay, sir.
But you mentioned casualty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Starting test. It's not casualty test. It's causality test.
Causality test. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Exactly.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Good.
Introduce yourself. Your ID number.
My ID number is over 17.
So ID number?
OS 17. OS 17.
If you share your
Sorry, sir.
if you share your PPT, yes, it's visible. Unmute your camera and start your presentation.
Is my PPT visible to you?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Unmute your camera, then start your presentation.
Yeah. Am I visible now?
If you start your presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Tanish from Christ, deemed to be university. I'm pursuing my undergraduation in BBA subject. My research topic is consumer intention to adopt electric vehicles.
First you unmute your camera, then you start your presentation.
Am I visible now?
You unmute your camera, your face is not visible.
The camera is on.
Okay, let you start your presentation.
Okay, so my research objective is basically our research objective is the intention to understand the consumer intention to adopt electric vehicles from the user perspective point. Through this study, we are trying to understand that how the factors are impacting the intentions of the customers to purchase electric vehicles. In this research, I have taken 9 factors, which are the green perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, perceived risk, performance value, epistemic value, perceived value, monetary value, facilitating conditions, and financial incentive policy. Hypothesis for these factors respectively is like, for example, for perceived risk is significantly impacting the consumer intention to adopt electric vehicle. This would be my hypothesis for each of the factors. In this research, I have used the software Smart PLS version 3.3.9. I have done structural equation modeling. For this research, I have collected around 208 responses by circulating a questionnaire prepared on Microsoft Forms, which comprised of around 40 to 50 MCQ type and Likert questions. I'll move on to my research findings. So basically, in this research, I received a in this research, I have received a R-square value of less than 0.5, which is considered significantly good. The model, each variable in our model was reliable, as in the responses which I have collected, the 208 responses which I have collected by circulating the questionnaire, each one of the responses were reliable in context of the research. This is discriminant validity, which was analyzed using the Smart PLS. This basically tells us the correlations with score on discriminant measures are lower than the correlations with score on the conversion method. It should be the result. So in our case, it is telling that the factors are measuring different items. Basically, they are not correlated with each other, and it is showing the low correlation between each of the factors. Overall, I can say that the factors in my case are measuring different items and not the same thing. So model fit is basically telling us that how the data has been collected and the model which we have prepared are they working well together or not. So in our case, the SRMR value is lower than 0.08, which is good. In my case, the SRMR value is 0.07, which is considered to be significantly good. We are able to capture important associations among different variables with the help of these 9 factors. The NFI value should be near to 1, but in my case it is 0.53. So it is low as compared to my sample. This is probably happening because of my sample size, that the NFI value which I have received is low, which is 0.53. So with this, I would like to end my presentation.
Thank you, Manish Gupta. Next, others.
Excuse me, sir. Can I present now?
Excuse me, sir. Yeah.
OS 18.
Yeah, Muska.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me just present.
Sir, your PPT.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible. Unmute your camera and start your presentation.
Yes, I'm doing that. So am I visible?
No, it's visible.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Muskan Soni, from Rice University, currently pursuing my Bachelor's of Business Administration. So my research topic is branding strategy in Industry 5.0. Let's just brief out about what exactly Industry 5.0 is. It's like human intelligence and artificial intelligence are both working together. So it's like working with the robots in order to ease out the work, like of the humans. Like humans are going to take the help of the robots and machines in order to fulfill the work. So in my whole research, I've taken like Industry 5.0 is considered to be like a new industrial revolution which is taking place. It is not yet fully developed, but it is going through a transition phase. It is like upcoming industrial revolution. So here, like in order to get the impact on the industry, which will have on the different sectors, I have taken like 3 different sectors, that is automobile, conventional manufacturing, and Web 2.0 e-commerce. So my objective of this research is like to know the significance of the industry 5.0, its impact on the different sectors, majorly on automobile, conventional manufacturing, and Web 2.0, and what is the acceptance rate about industry 5.0, because the new industrial revolution, it is something which is going to affect the people who are there, because they are the one who have to see the consequences and the adoption of this new industry. So if I talk about the analysis of the data, I have like formulated a questionnaire using the Google Forms, and like around 140 responses were collected, and this questionnaire was circulated among different sectors of people, majorly working in these 3 sectors, also along the different sections of the people, because it's not really important that the only people who are just working in these sectors are going to get affected, but even to the people who are just sitting at the home, or just like the students or the oldies and X, then Gen X, Gen Y, Z, everyone is going to get affected. So I've been circulating the data in order to get the unbiased responses. So to do the analysis, I have used a tool called Smart Plus, and after getting the data, analyzing the data, I got to know that the Cronbach alpha, which is used to test the reliability, is quite promising for the automobile industry. So I can say, like looking at the data, gathering the data, one can say that automobile sector is still having some sort of promising acceptance rate when it comes to industry 5.0, which usually consists of the automatic cars or the electric vehicles. But when it comes to e-commerce and conventional manufacturing, it is not so good. The reason behind that is e-commerce, there are still a lot of people who prefer to go for the offline mode of shopping, whether it's like even during the pandemic, people are still preferring to go out and buy the groceries and all. And this is a reason, yes, there are a lot of section of people who are not adopting the online mode. When it comes to the manufacturing sector, it is the least reliable. And the reason behind it is that, yes, humans need machines, but they are not ready to give all over the control to the robots. They are ready to work with them, but not to fully depend upon them. This is the reason why manufacturing sector also is not so reliable on industry 5.0. Then collinearity statistics, definitely, like nothing was going all like except automobile industry. Nobody, the other sectors were not going. It's not significantly impacting by the industry 5.0, but this is a reason why they were not having such correlation. And if we talk about the model fit, the reason why these statistics have come less reliable is the reason because industry 5.0 is going through a transition phase. And why the people are not accepting? Because people are afraid of accepting the new industries. They're afraid of going through a transition phase. They're afraid of going through a change. So this is something which is going to take time for industry 5.0 to get adapted. Like the people will take time to get adopted by the technologies and the new evolutions that is going on.
Thank you, Sony. It is your conclusion. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Others? Any other participants are ready?
Excuse me, sir. Shall I?
Yeah. Paper ID number?
WT13.
Okay. Share the PPT and start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, share your PPT and start your presentation quick. So
Sir, it
slightly
is
go
visible.
to, yeah, it's visible. You slightly go to your objectives and the methodology, result, enough.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Rahila Beham, PhD Research Scholar, Badas School of Management, Badas University. The problem focused by the study. While going through survey for the study, we have identified the ample amount of problems which are associated with the particular region just because the religions fencing within this strictly prohibited against in Sharia compliances. Because the title of the paper is FinTech and Islamic Finance related investors attitude. Fintech is emerging business globally in India, particularly the Islamic investors are willing to invest their savings under the umbrella of Sharia's compliance. It has also been observed that the investors are feeling insecure for the investing point of view in fintech securities services because of a lack of awareness in inappropriate knowledge of Islamic banking and finance. Two research has been conducted by the Indonesia for fintech. They have a survey regarding fintech services for Muslim customers and
Please
pre-found that
directly
the
go to your
customers are
objectives. You directly go to your objectives.
actually
Go to your methodology and the findings.
actual objective is analyze the customer Islamic investors attitude and compare the attitude of UAE and Indian investors because who is more willing to invest in fintech related in Islamic finance. The methodology part, the major purpose of the study is to identify and analysis the attitude of Islamic investor towards Indian fintech companies. The nature of research design is exploratory and both primary as well as secondary data were incorporated in the study. The primary data have been collected through 5 to 3 Islamic investors from rural, semi-rural, urban, and semi-urban areas. The panel data have been regressed with a active factor and variables. The discriminated power has been incorporated to classify the collection of the variables. The data reliability and navigations method have been incorporated in the
Okay, you go to your findings and the conclusion. That's all. Straight go to your findings and the conclusion.
implications of
Yeah.
some Muslims, their religious practice implies they can't utilize the additional fund items, should rather utilize the Sharia agreeable choices. This is making the immense open door for fintech. Implementation of blockchain-based surveillance systems in Islamic blocks require a very good mix of skills from financial, technical, and educational areas necessary for a successful Sharia compliance backing platforms. Another report from BI Intelligence features a portion of key ideas in Islamic fund. And also it is clarifies the drivers behind the expanding interest for more current items and also extensive
Thank you, ma'am.
patterns.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahima. Next, others. Outsiders, apart from the Bharadas University, the outsiders.
Hello, excuse me, sir.
Okay,
Hello,
can you
excuse me, sir.
introduce? Yeah. What's your paper ID?
Sir, I am Muhammad Jurai Jain. My paper ID is OT7.
Okay, let you share your PPT, start your presentation.
Sir, my PPT is visible, sir?
Yeah, visible. You straightly go to your objectives, methodology, findings. That's all.
Okay, sir. Sir, my topic was perception of students towards money involved in online games, otherwise termed as online gambling, a study among the selected colleges of Kerala. My objectives are to explore and investigate the students' perceptions towards money involved in online games, to study demographic variations in perception towards money-oriented online games. So my research methodology is, the researcher is using the descriptive method of research. The data are collected through structured questionnaires from 100 students from various colleges in Malappuram district of Kerala, and convenient sampling method is used for selecting samples from the population. The collected data are analyzed through different tools using SPSS like percentage analysis, T-stress, and ANOVA, etc. This and hello, sir.
Go to your result. Go to your result and the findings.
So, and according to the demographic variables, only educational level and the nature of the state having significant difference in the perception of the students over the money involved online games. And my findings are majority of the students reside in urban area. Majority of the students are receiving their graduation. Majority of the students fall to the family monthly income of 40,000 to 60,000. Majority of the students are day scholars. Then coming to the conclusion, most of the respondents used to play the game Dream 11. No respondents are playing the game My Team 11. 42% of the respondents spends one to 3 hours for.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presentation. The next, if anybody is ready outside the Bharat University, the presenter, we are waiting in that online. From Bharat University.
Next, I call the Arun John.
I'd like to give a strategy for rural students to get good. I'd like to present a strategy for rural students to adopt latest technology to gain entry into good jobs in the marketplace. So one of the main skills that is lacking is in terms of behavioral skills, cognitive and affective and psychomotor skills that are required for jobs in MNCs and other big companies. So what are these skills? One of the main reasons why rural students are not getting good jobs in the industry is that they say that they lack communication skills, they have lack social skills and intelligence, and technical and managerial skills also.
What else they don't have all these things.
Yes,
What else they have?
They have a lot of subject knowledge and confidence, and they have the enthusiasm to get good jobs in MNCs and other big companies. So I have around 20 years experience in working in various companies in IT, pharma, and electric companies. So with my experience, I'd like to propose 2 or 3 solutions to this. So first is to get free Android apps like LinkedIn Learning, as well as psychometric tests like personality tests like MBTI, 5OB, Big 5, and career anchors. So these tests help you to understand your personality better, get confidence and the requirements of the industry, to understand the requirements of the industry better. So with these tools, you can understand whether you're an introvert or an extrovert. You use your 5 senses to gain knowledge, or do you have intuitive abilities? And are you good at thinking or feeling? And whether you're strong at perceiving or judging. These are essential psychological aspects of a person: introvert or extrovert, sensing or intuitive, thinking or feeling, perceiving or judging. So with these tests, you can gain a good understanding of your personality test style and team interaction. Group skills and team interaction, social skills are very essential. So with these tests, you can understand your personal qualities and good goal setting. You can set goals for yourself for the next 5 years, 10 years, what you want to aspire to become, select your industry, which industry you can do better, whether you're suited for the IT industry or for the pharma industry or for marketing or for HR, finance. You can select your vocation and, position yourself for the right kind of industry and apply for jobs online as well as through, directly through approaching companies. So companies like IBM, HCL, Aurobindo, and TCS, they adopt tests, psychometric tests to filter candidates at before the interview itself, group discussion and interview. They have psychometric tests. So these tests are largely, logical reasoning, mathematical reasoning, numeric skills, but they also evaluate your problem-solving skills. So these are very essential for getting in a good job in multinational companies and other Indian companies. So my objectives are therefore to propose a good strategy, which I'll which is to apply through, gain skills through LinkedIn learning, as well as these Big Five and MBTI tests, and apply to big companies. And that's about it. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. Yes, sir.
I think very good, sir. But what I understand,
Yes.
days back I was in Kurumudanji College. I
Yes,
was
sir.
talking to them, but they are not very happy.
Yes, sir.
They are very happy in the sense, sir, you don't bother about job. They don't bother about psychometrics, aptitude, and all. They are not. But they think we can manage, sir, easily. We have our own lifestyle. With this we can manage. We don't want to go to TCS. We don't want to go to ICT. We don't want to multinational companies and all. But now many of us ask why you are doing. My father is doing this taxi business. I will also do. I am very happy. Why do you ask us to go to multinational companies? This is the attitude of the students. Like that in village, I studied whatever there I visited. There also the students are not very much worried. We are worried.
Yes, sir.
We are worried that our rural students are not getting better job.
Yes, sir.
But they are in a pleasant mood. They are very happy. No, it is the bliss in the context of so we say with the ignorance.
Yes, sir.
Bliss with the ignorance.
I think in every university or every group, there will be at least 5% of the students who can be molded for very top performing companies and great jobs in, let's say, in ISRO or big companies like Tata Motors or McKinsey or Accenture, those kind of companies. So those 5% of the population will definitely get jobs. So the middle tier, 50% of the students want to follow others. So they look for examples, role models. So those role models and examples have to be provided from their seniors, from the faculty members, as well as through other classmates. Peer learning should be
I
given.
asked one student, why do you want to get MA? He said, I want to marry. He is very serious. He says, my ultimate aim is to get married to children. They don't want to go for bigger house or bigger cars. They are not very.
I think you interacted with the girl student. Boys cannot say.
Our students say that.
Why cannot only trap on you?
That is the real situation. The village
So for this today, second day parallel paper presentation session. So we have nearly 30 papers were discussed. Most of the papers, around 20 papers from outside of the Tamil Nadu. So all the participants are enthusiastically participated. So they presented that paper well. So majority of the students from Krishna College they presented an excellent manner. So I appreciate all the paper presenters for their active participation. So with this, we can come to the conclusion for this paper presentation session. Thank you.
Okay, we will start environmental function. Sorry, alligator function. Hello, sir. Kumaran, sir.
After 2 days, you are to inaugurate.
Yes, brother. Okay,
Very good afternoon to everybody. We are happy to welcome you all for this valedictory function of the International Conference on Emerging Business Trends in Present Pandemic Era, sponsored by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education organized by Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, School of Business Studies, Bharathasan University, in association with Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, in commemoration with India's 75th Independence Year. Let's all stand for the praise song. I invite our melody makers to sing the praise song.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் நக்க சிறு பிரிநுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Please be seated. True wisdom lies in welcoming the precious things out of each day as it goes by. Now we request Dr. J. Gayatri, Associate Professor, Bharathasan University, to welcome the special guest of this meeting.
Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome everyone who has joined in this valedictory function of this 2 days conference. It gives me pleasure to introduce the special guest, Dr. G. Veerakumaran, Professor and Head, Department of Cooperative Management, College of Cooperation, Banking and Management, Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur. He is a great scholar with impactful research outputs in the area of management. He is an able administrator and proved his excellent administrations. We are happy to have such a great person. Sir, we are very eager to listen to your valedictory address. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Another special guest for this session is Dr. Geeta Subramaniam, Professor, Graduate School of Business, Segi University, Malaysia. She is a great scholar, guiding research on innovative and dynamic topics with a human touch in her research problems. We always find you very energetic in participating and delivering the lecture. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Our hearty welcome to the participants of this conference who have shared their knowledge throughout the 2 days proceedings of this conference. I'm confident that you'll get new ideas, fresh energy, and novel learning in these sessions. Our special welcome to the entire conference team headed by Professor M.Selvam and the organizing committee members, faculty members, research scholars, and students of our department who are always ready to react to the commands of our head to make this conference a successful one. Hearty welcome to everyone. Our special welcome to Professor S. Pillai for this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There is no good friend as loyal as both. It's time to request young Harishankar of 2nd MBA to present a memento to Dr. M. Raja sir. Now we request P. Harinarasagan of 1st MBA to present a memento to Dr. Govinda Rajan sir.
Please. Bhaiya. அதெல்லாம் ஒண்ணு நடிக்கிறாங்க.
reserved. Now I request Dr. S. Ayambillai, Senior Professor of Economics, to share his views about this conference.